Chapter 3006. However, since he was already here, he might as well give it a try. Old Ancestor Green Hat looked around warily and said, "Hee, as a fellow great sage of Songtian Mountain, can't I pay a visit to the puppet ancestor?" "I'm not free." The puppet patriarch bluntly refused, not giving any face to the Green Hat patriarch. Old Ancestor Green Hat lost all his face, but he wasn't angry. The puppet patriarch had always been this kind of person, and he wouldn't get angry. The patriarch of the Netherworld said sinisterly, "To be honest, someone from the super sacred clan, the Heaven Covering clan, came here just now. Aren't you worried, patriarch of the puppet tribe?" The sacred puppet clan fell silent for a moment, and then the huge puppet's mouth slowly opened, and a cold voice came from within. "Don't touch or look around after you come in, or I'll expel you immediately." The two patriarchs looked at each other and smiled bitterly. After all, the two of them had been defeated by the puppet patriarch in the past, so they did not receive any respect from him. With their cultivation and realm, did they really need someone to remind them not to touch it? So you fell into deep thought. Could there be some unspeakable secret within the Puppet Saint clan? Why did they warn him so deliberately? Hiding this doubt in his heart, he followed the two ancestors into the sacred puppet tribe. What entered his sight was an enormous, pitch-black space. This was the interior of the giant puppet. Although the interior was huge, it was filled with intricate components. There were more than 100 million of them. So many parts were operating, maintaining the giant puppet. This was when the giant puppet was in a stationary state. If it started fighting, more parts would be activated. Old Ancestor Green Hat sighed in amazement. This puppet is tens of thousands of times more complex than a living being's body. It's not an injustice that we were defeated by this puppet. Old Ancestor Netherworld deeply agreed. Every single part of the puppet was perfect and flawless. Only in this way could a super strong, great saint puppet be constructed. Suyu was also very surprised. Compared to the exquisite puppet before him, the black ape puppet he'd obtained in the past seemed to be extremely crude. Look at that gear. If I'm not mistaken, it should be made from the blue heart iron, which is extinct in the last era, Ancestor Green Hat suddenly said as he pointed at the nearest component. Sue, you had heard of the blue heart iron before. It was a type of, or that could self-repair and grow. The parts that were lost would be restored in a short period of time. This item was not sold by the caddy, nor by the tail, but by the grain. In the previous era, a single grain of blue heart iron was worth 10 billion soul stones. In the current era, one wouldn't even see 50 billion soul stones being sold, because there was no such thing on the market. But the puppet in front of him actually had a key component that was forged from blue heart iron. This gear contained over 1,000 pieces of blue heart iron. It was easy to imagine how valuable it was. "What are you all standing there for?" A dissatisfied voice resounded from within the puppet. The Golem Patriarch was urging them to hurry up. Old Ancestor Yuming and the others had no choice but to move forward until they reached the neck of the puppet. A large hull floated in midair. Inside, there was a short but extremely muscular dwarf dressed in a black robe. He was holding a hammer and hammering a puppet. He was the ancestor of the Puppet Saint tribe. Old Ancestor Green Hat and Old Ancestor Yuming were much more vigilant. They brought Suyu into the hall and bowed to the Golem Patriarch with cupped fists. The Golem Patriarch is still the same as always. The Golem Patriarch didn't even look at them. He raised his hammer and hammered the puppet. Without turning his head, he said, "What's the matter? Say it and leave immediately." Such impoliteness really caused the two old ancestors to be angry but have nowhere to vent. This punching shorty still had a bad temper. Old Ancestor Green Hat looked at Suyu and let him speak. Suyu glanced at the puppet and said, "I am the leader of the Cauldron. I have 2 matters to discuss with you. First, I want to invite you to join the Hidden Sky Mountain Alliance. At present, the 2 ancestors have already joined, Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Golem Patriarch. I'm not interested. Tell me the second matter. Old Ancestor Green Hat and Old Ancestor Yuming looked helpless. Before they came, they had a hunch that with the bad temper of the Golem Patriarch, he would most likely not agree to join any alliance. He only wanted to focus on making puppets. He had never been interested in the conflicts of the outside world. Su Yu wasn't annoyed. He continued, the second matter, I want to borrow your clan's fire pool to make something. Crack! All of a sudden, a long crack appeared on the chest of the puppet that was being hammered, revealing a large number of sophisticated parts inside. The puppet, which had taken so much effort to make, had been declared a failure. The Golem Patriarch was furious, and he vented his anger on Su Yu and the others. Get lost. It's all your fault for interfering with my crafting. No matter how patient Old Ancestor Green Hat and Old Ancestor Yuming were, they couldn't stand it anymore. Golem Patriarch, watch your words. It's obviously your crafting method that has a problem. What does it have to do with us? The crack on the puppet was obviously not there after they came. It was flawed in the first place. Otherwise, how could there be a crack when he hammered it a few times normally? The Golem Patriarch was rude and unreasonable. He raised his hammer and said fiercely, I told you to get lost, so get lost. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. The two ancestors were furious. What the hell was this? They winked at Su Yu. Judging from today's situation, there was no way they could talk. It was better to leave as soon as possible. However, Su Yu put his hands behind his back and didn't leave. Instead, he said calmly, How dare you call yourself the Golem Patriarch with such skills? The two ancestors' faces changed when they heard that, and they winked at Su Yu immediately. The Golem Patriarch was a hot-tempered person, and he hated it when people spoke ill of him, especially when it came to crafting puppets. Boy, do you really think I dare not do anything to you? The Golem Patriarch's eyes were burning with anger. Su Yu said expressionlessly, I'm just telling the truth. Just as the Golem Patriarch was filled with murderous intent, Su Yu said again, You don't even know one of the 18 puppet techniques. How dare you call yourself the Golem Patriarch? The Golem Patriarch, who was full of murderous intent, changed his face when he heard that. He looked at Su Yu in surprise. What 18 puppet techniques are you talking about? Su Yu said calmly, Of course, it's the 18 ancestral techniques of the Puppet Saint clan. It seems that you aren't even proficient in the Abyss puppet technique, let alone the others. The Puppet Saint clan was different from other clans. They used to be divided into 18 clans, and all of them made puppets their ancestral profession. Each clan had its own ancestral technique, and there were 18 of them in total. As early as a month ago, Su Yu had expected this situation, so he learned the ancestral techniques of the 3 great saint clans. He recognized the Golem Patriarch's hammering technique at a glance. It was the Abyss puppet technique, which was the most profound of the 18 great puppet techniques. However, many of the techniques of the Golem Patriarch were not exquisite. Although I don't know where you heard it from, it's ridiculous to question my crafting technique based on this, unless you can prove it to me. The Golem Patriarch squinted at Su Yu. Su Yu turned around slowly and walked out. He said, Then I'll take it as a joke. Goodbye. I won't disturb your crafting of the puppets. The Golem Patriarch was obviously trying to provoke Su Yu into displaying the related ancestral technique. However, he was not willing to be honest. Wait, the Golem Patriarch said coyly, If you can prove that my technique is not good enough, I'll forgive your recklessness and ignorance. What a tsundere little old man. He was obviously eager for Su Yu to show him the ancestral technique he wanted to see, but he refused to say it. Su Yu shook his head. As you said, I'm just a joke, and I don't deserve to speak in the Puppet Saint clan. Goodbye. He took a step forward and left with the 2 ancestors. You, stop right there. The golem patriarch pestered Suyu and said hesitantly, "If you can show me something, I'll let you use the fire pool." After saying that, he added fiercely, "But let's make this clear. If you're just talking nonsense, don't blame me for driving you away." His heart was full of desire. Of the 18 clans of puppets, the other 17 clans had long disappeared countless eras ago. Even now, his people did not know that the other 17 clans had once existed in the world. However, the person in front of him had mentioned the 18 puppet techniques and accurately said that they belonged to the Abyss Puppet Clan. This really shocked the Golem Patriarch from the bottom of his heart. Except for him and a few ancient saints, no one in the clan knew that they were only from the Abyss Puppet Clan, and they all called themselves the Puppet Saint Clan. This person definitely knew something. Suyu smiled softly when he heard that. The Netherworld Patriarch and the Green Hat Patriarch were even more shocked. They had dealt with the Golem Patriarch many times, but this was the first time they saw him give in to someone. This hot-tempered old thing had always started a fight at the slightest disagreement. How could he be as good-tempered as he was today? "You want to lend me the fire pool?" Suyu smiled softly and turned to the cracked puppet. He stretched out his palm and said, "Give me the hammer." The Golem Patriarch immediately handed the puppet to Suyu and said, "What do you want to do?" Suyu looked at the crack and said, "I want to fuse the crack, of course." Fuse? The Golem Patriarch's pupils shrank. Among the 18 puppet clans, one of them cultivated the extremely rare puppet restoration technique. That kind of ancestral technique had long disappeared dozens of eras ago. He had only seen some records in ancient books that only the clan master could read. Legend had it that with that kind of ancestral technique, any damaged puppet could be perfectly repaired. Even if the body was broken, there would be no problem. It was a miracle. Unfortunately, that kind of ancestral technique had long been lost. Could the fusion that Suyu mentioned be that kind of ancestral technique? It shouldn't be possible. Suyu floated the hammer in front of his chest, and then he kept performing hand signs. An incomparably obscure remnant mark was inserted into the hammer. Then he grabbed the hammer and gently tapped on the crack. A shocking scene appeared. With the tap, the trace on the hammer slowly merged into the crack. Then the crack slowly fused with just a simple tap. The crack, which was as wide as a finger, was reduced to the size of a hair. If the fusion continued, it would be completely repaired. The puppet restoration technique. The puppet Grandmaster gasped and looked at Suyu in shock. He asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 3007. How could a consummate skill that had been lost for countless eras appear in the hands of a young man? Suyu dropped the iron hammer and said calmly, "It doesn't matter who I am. What you need to care about is whether or not you want to learn this lost ancestral technique." The puppet ancestor's eyes lit up, but he remained reserved and said, "Ahem, if you really want to teach me, I can reluctantly learn it." Even now he was still arrogant. Suyu said indifferently, "Since you think it's difficult, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Goodbye." Hey. The puppet ancestor immediately stopped Suyu, rubbing his palms, and said, "Learn it, give me the ancestral technique, and I will agree to any condition." Suyu took out the jade box and handed it to him. "Have a look." The puppet ancestor was puzzled and said, "It's just a heavenly vitality stone. There's nothing special about it, is there?" But when he opened it, the puppet ancestor was shocked. This is all ancestral technique? However, what could make the Green Hat ancestor and the Yuming ancestor willingly ally with the Cauldron was none other than the ancestral technique. He had imprinted some of the ancestral techniques he was proficient in, including the ancestral techniques of the 3 saint clans. The puppet ancestor's eyes swept over quickly and saw the ancestral technique for repairing puppets. His breathing quickened, and he stared at it with his eyes wide open. "Leave the stone with me, and I will return it to you when I learn it." The puppet ancestor loved it. It would take a lot of time to learn an ancestral technique completely. If the heavenly vitality stone flashed and returned to Su Yu's palm, he said, I can agree to it, but others can't. The Green Hat ancestor and the Yuming ancestor were so anxious that their eyes almost turned red. You, like the others, have 4 hours every year to study the ancestral technique on it, Su Yu said. The premise is that you maintain an alliance with the Cauldron. The puppet ancestor scratched his ears and cheeks, and his heart was itching. Oh, why is it so troublesome? He couldn't wait to learn the ancestral technique at this moment. He said eagerly, Can I look at it a little longer? Su Yu said, If I borrow the fire pool, I can look at it for 4 more hours every year. It was still too little, but compared to before, doubling the time was already a pretty good special treatment. That's fine, but I'd like to ask you one thing. Why do you want to borrow my fire pool? Although the puppet patriarch agreed, he still looked a little hesitant and worried. Su Yu closed his eyes and drew a line in the air. A space crack opened, passing through the saint puppet and the cauldron. Master Mo Hung, please come over, Su Yu said softly. Soon, Mo Hung walked over with his hands behind his back. Seeing him, Patriarch Green Hat and Patriarch Netherworld didn't show any special reaction. But the puppet patriarch's pupils constricted, and he said in shock, Could you be that genius refiner Mo Hung? Mo Hung's reputation was so great that even the puppet ancestor knew of him. However, in a sense, the puppet patriarch's puppets could also be considered as equipment refinement. Hearing the voice, Mo Hung looked over and stared at the puppet patriarch for a long time. Then he suddenly remembered and said, Oh, it's you. I remember that you seem to have asked me for the secret to refining puppets. Back then, Mo Hung's name had shaken the world. Countless experts had come to visit him and ask him for advice on forging weapons. The puppet patriarch in front of him was one of them. Master Mo Hung still remembers me. What an honor! The puppet patriarch was unconvinced by Patriarch Green Hat and Patriarch Netherworld, who were at the same level as him, but he was extremely respectful of Mo Hung, whose cultivation wasn't considered strong. Mo Hung nodded, and with the demeanor of a master said, Back then you asked me about the method to refine a puppet's heart, didn't you? What's the situation now? Su Yu was stunned. The 9-star civilization was really small. Meeting under such circumstances, the two of them could be considered old acquaintances. The puppet patriarch sighed and said, It's a shame that I haven't found a suitable heart. Since Master Mo Hung is here today, why don't you take a look at it for me? Mo Hung cast a glance at Su Yu, and after getting the latter's approval, he nodded and said, All right. After a pause, he said, If I had known that the Saint Puppet Clan was your family, we wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. He felt quite helpless. Back then, the puppet patriarch had visited him anonymously. How could he have known it was the puppet patriarch? The puppet patriarch scratched his head sheepishly. Ha! It's really a case of water rushing against the temple of the Dragon King. We don't know each other anymore. He cupped his fists at Su Yu and Mo Hung. Please come with us. Then he looked at Patriarch Green Hat and Patriarch Netherworld. For Su Yu's sake, he finally had a better attitude. Please stay in the living room and enjoy the spiritual tea of the Saint Puppet Clan. The fire pool was a secret place of the Saint Puppet Clan, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter without permission. Patriarch Green Hat and Patriarch Netherworld agreed readily, and they sat in the living room to discuss quietly. Su Yu and the other two came to the bottom of the giant puppet, where the legs of the giant puppet were buried deep underground. Standing in midair, they could clearly see the giant fire pool in the shape of 2 footprints. The puppet patriarch said, Master Mo Hung, what are you going to do with the fire pool? Mo Hung casually took out some materials and said, To refine a seal. I'll take a look at your puppet later. Great. Please use the fire pool on the left. Mo Hung was very familiar with the refining of seals. Back in the Saint Sword clan, the seals commissioned by the Saint Mountain Emperor were the most frequently refined. Moreover, it was only the seal of a great family, so it was very easy to refine. After several extremely hard materials were thrown into the fire pool, they were all burned into liquid by the natural flames of the place. Then, Mo Hung sat down cross-legged and quietly refined the seal. In just half a day, a brand new seal was floating in the middle of his palm, and the words Heavenly Law Alliance Seal were engraved on it. Su Yu took out the original broken seal. In comparison, it was exactly the same. Even the unique aura and power contained within it were exactly the same. I can finally report to Bai Shui. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. One of his worries resolved. Mo Hung casually said, "Let's take a look at the puppet you have refined." The puppet patriarch had long been anticipating it, and immediately said, "Master Mo Hung, please come to the fire pool on the right." Su Yu followed curiously. What kind of puppet was it that even the puppet patriarch needed to ask someone else for guidance? Beside the fire pool on the right, the puppet patriarch pressed a button, and a 10-jong tall puppet rose from the fire pool. The puppet was made of materials that were neither gold nor wood, but it had an extremely unique luster. There was a black hole in the puppet's chest, indicating that a heart had not been installed. This was a half-finished puppet, but even so, Su Yu felt his heart palpitate with fear at first glance. He had only felt this way when he was facing the clone of Prince Xiaoyao when he was still weak. A feeling of absolute oppression lingered in Su Yu's heart for a long time. Even Mo Heng's pupils shrank, his tone filled with shock and seriousness. "Isn't the puppet you have refined a little too dangerous?" Chapter 3008. The more he looked, the more apprehensive Mo Hung became. His expression became unusually solemn. Not only that, he even retreated a few steps, not daring to approach the puppet. He said seriously, "Puppet forefather, can you listen to my advice?" The puppet forefather was very respectful. "Please speak, Grandmaster Mo Hung." He also noticed that Mo Heng's expression was not right. Mo Hung said gravely, "If you do not want to attract disaster, please destroy this puppet as soon as possible or seal it forever. Do not install a heart in it." The puppet tribe's ancestor blinked and asked, "Why?" "This is the blood and sweat of our abyss puppet race." Mo Hung said gravely, "Although I do not know for what purpose your ancestor forged this puppet, for the sake of your descendants and the beings of the 9-star civilization, please do not give this puppet a chance to use it." This puppet was forged with the skeleton of a top 10,000 saints elite, am I right? Mo Heng's eyes were extremely sharp. Just like before, a glance at the 10,000 tribulations' great scythe was enough to tell that it had not been successfully forged. He could also see the origin of this puppet at a glance. The puppet forefather's expression became even more respectful as he said seriously, "Grandmaster Mo Hung is truly the best artificer of the present age." "That's right. My ancestor found the rotting skeleton of a 10,000 saints elite and decided to use it as the foundation to forge the world's best super puppet. After countless generations of effort and exhausting all resources, we finally succeeded." He stroked the puppet's body. Unexpectedly, the puppet turned a light blue color. It was blue heart iron. From its skin to its insides, the puppet was forged entirely from the precious blue heart iron. Given that blue heart iron could repair itself infinitely, this puppet was almost indestructible. Any injury could quickly repair itself. Grandmaster Mo Hung is making things difficult for us to give up. In other words, he could not give up the blood and sweat of countless generations. Mo Heng said, "Puppet forefather, you may not know, but that skeleton has been tempered for countless eras and absorbed a precious resource like blue heart iron. Its strength has surpassed the limits of its body. It may very well surpass the 10,000 saints elite and reach that realm. The realm above the 10,000 saints was self-evident, the realm of the sacred mountain son of heaven. Since ancient times, only a few people had reached this level. The 10 emperors of the sacred mountain, the Taichu Tao Lord and the human ancestor. There are only 12 of them. What kind of terrifying monster are you? Do you understand now? Mo Hung felt that the situation was very serious. However, the puppet ancestor didn't think so. Instead, he said proudly, "That can only mean that our Abyss puppet clan didn't waste our efforts." Mo Hung still wanted to say more, but he waved his hand. "Master Mo Hung, there's no need to say more. I won't destroy it." Then he said, "Since everyone has used the fire reservoir, let's go to the living room and have some tea." In other words, he was ordering them to leave. They had no choice but to leave the fire pit and return to the living room. But Mo Hung was no longer in the mood to drink tea. He took a few sips absent-mindedly, then stood up to bid farewell to Su Yu. On the way back, Su Yu said to Old Ancestor Green Hat and Old Ancestor Yuming, "Thank you for your trouble this time. Please come to the Cauldron for tea another day." "Haha, no problem." The two of them said their goodbyes and returned to their respective families to announce the day's great news. Su Yu watched them leave, the smile on his face quickly fading. He said in a low voice, "Mo Hung, is that puppet really that dangerous?" Mo Hung nodded deeply. "I'm just speaking conservatively." Su Yu's eyes glowed. "If there's a need, we need to infiltrate once and take that puppet away. The Abyss Puppet Clan is a little too naive." "Oh? Why do you say that?" Mo Hung asked meaningfully. Su Yu creased his brows. "There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. The Puppet Saint Clan has been crafting that puppet for countless eras. Has there never been a leak?" Hearing this, Mo Hung revealed a look of admiration. "That's impossible, especially to the holy mountain son of heaven who controls the heavens. There are no secrets in the Nine-Star civilization. Moreover, the Nine-Star civilization has many powerful forces. It would not be difficult for them to find out about this puppet of the Puppet Saint Clan. But why had no one ever made a move? Because they were all waiting for the moment the puppet was born." And Mo Hang said, "This is also one of my worries. When the puppet is born, there will definitely be people fighting for it. If it falls into the hands of those with evil intentions, it will be a huge problem." Also, Mo Hang was a little hesitating to speak. Su Yu said, "Is there something you can't say?" Mo Hang nodded and said, "I'm not sure if it's an illusion, but that puppet feels alive to me." "Alive?" Su Yu's pupils shrank. "If it was alive, wouldn't it be able to move on its own at any time?" Of course, it could be that the puppet was built with the skeleton of a strong fighter from the 10,000 Saints, so it feels a little different. Mo Hung was not too sure. Su Yu's gaze flickered. "I'll deal with this puppet after I'm done with the matter at hand." The most important thing at the moment was to recover his body. Now that he had obtained the seal, there were many things he could do. Back in the territory, Bai Shui was fighting with Shang. The former was superior in terms of cultivation level, while the latter was stronger in the unique domain of the Ghost Buddha Union. "It looks like you two are very close," Su Yu said with a faint smile. Bai Shui and Shang snorted. "Her? Impossible." The two of them said at the same time, crossing their arms in front of their chests and raising their heads proudly. They did not like each other. Su Yu smiled, tossing his palm toward Bai Shui. "Catch." Bai Shui caught the seal and was overjoyed. "You really succeeded." She examined it closely and confirmed that it was no different from the original seal. She could not contain her joy. "I can finally answer to those old fools." Su Yu smiled. "Then when can we set off?" He had already convinced the Puppet Saint Clan to join the alliance. The three great Saint Clans had also joined. The alliance was basically complete. The remaining alliance would be left to the sinful daughter. Anytime. Bai Shui held the seal, admiring it lovingly. Su Yu looked at Shang deep in thought. Shang should come with us. He did not want to borrow Shang Ji's strength, but Shang was being hunted by her enemies. It would be dangerous to leave her alone on the Sangtian mountain. He might as well bring it along. If there was any danger, he could help. Xingji's eyes lit up. That's great. I want to go to the Heavenly Law Prison too. Bai Shui said with a faint smile. You want to go to the Heavenly Law Prison? I support you. There was an unfathomable rumination in her smile. Xingji's hair stood on end when she saw his smile. She had a bad feeling about it. Chapter 3009. After that, Suyu left for the cloud-desolate territories Stoneman Palace with Bai Shui and Shenge. A month ago, the Cauldron, Qingmu, and the Netherworld King had successfully leveled up, upgrading the Cauldron into a great family. But the stonemen in the palace had already sold the seal to someone else, so they could only wait until this month to get it. When Suyu arrived, the stoneman palace that had been destroyed during the test had been rebuilt. A stoneman was outside directing a group of recruited creatures to decorate the outer wall. Whoosh! When Suyu and the other two arrived, the stoneman looked back and was shocked. It was obvious that the stoneman had not expected Suyu to return alive. After all, he knew how dangerous the Huang family's territory he had given Suyu was. What? Surprised. Suyu's eyes flickered with a cold light. Where? I've been asking when the cauldron would come. The stoneman reacted quickly, taking out a space storage device with a smile. He looked around and stuffed it into Suyu's hands. He carefully observed Suyu's expression. In addition to the great family seal that I promised, I also made a seal for your cauldron sculpture. He took out another space storage device and handed it to Suyu. Seeing that the cold light in Suyu's eyes did not diminish, he smiled bitterly. How about this? I'll give you something else. Tell me about it. Suyu's eyes were still cold. The stoneman quietly took out a golden leaf. With this, you can ask the heartless old man about a secret of the world. The heartless old man? Suyu cast a questioning look at Bai Shui. Bai Shui took the golden leaf in disbelief. She looked at it again and again. How did you get the heartless old man's golden leaf? The stoneman looked at the golden leaf with a pained expression. I accidentally got it from a junior. I wanted to use it when I broke through. Now I'm giving it to the cauldron as an apology. Junior? Bai Shui was reserved. She turned around and handed the golden leaf to Suyu. For the sake of the golden leaf, you can spare his life. Suyu's eyes flickered, but he did not say much. He only stared at the stone man with a warning gaze, warning him not to play any more tricks. Then he quickly left with the two women. After a long while, when he was sure that Suyu and the others had really left, the stone man wiped the sweat off his forehead. My goodness, the cloud-desolate territory is really not a place for people to stay. The mission hasn't even been completed, yet this killing god has already appeared. The golem muttered. It seemed that the news of the battle at Blood Mountain had gradually spread. The news that Cauldron Zun had killed 2 great sages of the famed sword sacred tribe had spread like wildfire. After the golem found out, his back broke out in cold sweat. When will the puppet saint race finish refining the puppet? The stone man sighed and said, The sooner you finish refining, the sooner I can complete the mission and leave. It turned out that the stone man was a descendant of the Son of Heaven who was in charge of monitoring the sacred puppet clan. Their goal was to monitor the movements of the sacred puppet clan. On the other side, Suyu couldn't help but ask, Who is the heartless old man? Bai Shui replied, The heartless old man is a very mysterious person, also known as the 100-Dawn Old Man. He knows everything in the world. Every 10 years, he distributes 100 golden leaves to the outside world. Those who obtain the golden leaves can ask him a question about the world, ranging from the whereabouts of an object to a question about cultivation, to the secrets of the sacred mountain emperor. He knows everything. To think that the golem had a golden leaf in his hands. How unexpected, Bai Shui said in surprise. The secrets of the world? Suyu really wanted to know a lot of secrets. Where is he? Suyu asked. Bai Shui shrugged and said helplessly, "This is one of the disadvantages of the golden leaf. The heartless old man's whereabouts are uncertain. The golden leaf will only be useful if you have the opportunity to meet him. If you don't, you're useless." That golem was willing to give you the golden leaf because he never had the opportunity to meet the heartless old man. Suyu blinked. Wouldn't that be useless? But it was better than nothing. If he met the heartless old man one day, it might come in handy. Keeping the golden leaf, Suyu and Shungu hurried along with Bai Shui. Bai Shui had agreed to allow Suyu to participate in the Heavenly Law Prison mission. But Suyu had to make a trip to the Heavenly Law Alliance's Palace of Missions to accept the mission. The Heavenly Law Alliance was also in the heaven under the jurisdiction of Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower. However, the Heavenly Law Alliance was very powerful, occupying the most central Tianyuan Cave. Once inside Tianyuan Cave, the Heavenly Law Alliance's insignia could be seen everywhere. Some of the factions even displayed their own insignia on a flag with the Heavenly Law Alliance's insignia on it. It was obvious how influential the Heavenly Law Alliance was in Tianyuan Cave. These factions are all branches of the Heavenly Law Alliance, right? Shungu had been in the 9-star civilizations for a long time and knew many things. Bai Shui said proudly, "How about it? You want to compete with me?" Shungu did not care. You're only the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance on the surface. You have no real power. What's so great about you? The great ones are the retired Alliance Masters of the Heavenly Law Alliance. They are the true soul of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Bai Shui glared at her angrily. She had clearly hit her soft spot. However, Shungu said, in terms of branches, the Heavenly Law Alliance should be the strongest among the 9-star civilizations. Up until now, no other faction has been able to create as many factions as the Heavenly Law Alliance. Not only was Tianyuan Cave completely controlled by the Heavenly Law Alliance, but even the outside world was filled with branches of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Those branches would sooner or later send their elites to set up their own factions, forming families that were secretly controlled by the branches. It was just like how the Soul would Sacred Clan and the Netherworld Sacred Clan would send their clansmen or factions out to form families and fight for new territories. The reason they did so was the same: a tall tree attracts the wind. If they were too powerful on the surface, they would definitely attract the attention of the Saint Mountain's Emperor. Hence, they had to develop in the dark. "At least you have some foresight," Bai Shui said. She then rolled her eyes at Suyu. "Behave yourself from now on. Don't run around recklessly. If something goes wrong, I might not be able to protect you." Just as Shungu had said, Bai Shui was only the Alliance Master on the surface. Her power was limited. The ones with real power were the old Alliance Masters who seemed to have retreated behind the scenes. They each controlled more than 10 territories under Tianyuan Cave's jurisdiction. If Suyu were to offend any of the old Alliance Masters, it would be troublesome. "I have never been one to cause trouble," Suyu said to himself. Bai Shui snorted. "Even if someone provokes you, you had better bear with it to avoid trouble." Suyu shrugged nonchalantly and followed her to the Heavenly Law realm of Tianyuan Cave. This was the core of the Heavenly Law Alliance. As soon as he entered the Heavenly Law realm, Suyu felt the probing of a great sage's power. Looking up, he saw a Tao artifact flying high up in the sky. The Tao artifact contained the power of a great sage, inspecting everyone who entered. Chapter 30:10. Suyu stood in his original position, immediately feeling an obscure energy sweep past his body. Immediately, his body glowed with a red light. It was not just him. Shungu did the same. The red light on both of their bodies flickered continuously. A group of people quickly approached from afar. It was a tall, beautiful woman with an outstanding aura. She wore a tight-fitting leather jacket, her hair tied up, giving off a heroic aura. Her cultivation level was at the peak of the ancient sage level, just a step away from the great sage level. The people following behind her were all ancient sages, Who dares to barge into the Heavenly Law Alliance? The tall woman scolded. Suyu and Shenggu did not understand. We're outsiders, not allowed to enter the Heavenly Law Alliance. Why did Bai Shui not mention this? Han Yanran, you purposely made things difficult for me so that you can replace me as the Alliance Master? Bai Shui's expression was cold, coldly staring at the tall woman in front of her. This woman was called Han Yanran, a direct descendant of the old Alliance Master. She had been a candidate for the Heavenly Law Alliance Master, just like Bai Shui. However, Bai Shui had been lucky and barely won the battle to become the Alliance Master. Han Yanran had never been satisfied and had used her relationship with the Heavenly Law Alliance's old Alliance Master to be disrespectful to her, even going against her occasionally. Now, she was deliberately making things difficult for the friend she had brought. Not everyone in the Heavenly Law Alliance could enter, but the people brought in by the Alliance Master did not need to be checked. Han Yanran was purposely making things difficult for her. Oh, so Alliance Master Bai Shui is here. Forgive me for not recognizing you. The tall woman looked at the short Bai Shui, her eyes playful. Bai Shui coldly said, Han Yanran, don't go overboard, or it will be too late for regrets. She waved her sleeves, and the red light on Suyu and Shenggu dissipated. Let's go. Bai Shui grunted. Han Yanran watched them leave, snorting disdainfully. I'll let you be arrogant for a while longer. Soon you won't be happy anymore. In the center of the Heavenly Law Realm, a giant lake lay across the land. From afar, it looked like a mirror embedded in the ground. There were living creatures traversing the lake. Beneath the lake is the Heavenly Law Alliance. That lake is a testing barrier. Any life form that passes through it will be tested, explained by Shui, but she didn't say what the test was. Su, you didn't really care about it, as many factions had similar detection barriers. So it wasn't strange at all. He followed white snow through the lake, and the moment he crossed the lake, he felt a slight, tingling sensation on the surface of his body. It was as if something was desperately trying to drill into his body. Su Yu furrowed his brows. Instinctively, the energy in his body shook and dissolved the electric current that had penetrated his body. However, he didn't know how much of an impact this instinctive reaction would have. In the depths of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, in front of a crystal wall, more than a dozen Heavenly Tao Alliance ancient sages were staring at the flickering dots of light on the wall and recording them. The light spots were of different colors. Some are red, some are orange, some are yellow, and some are green. Different colors actually represented a person's strength. Red was the lowest level of cultivation that could be detected, and it was roughly at the Tao Lord level. Orange represented the middle stage of the Tao of Heaven. Yellow represented ancient sages. Green represented a great sage. As for the color above that, it was cyan. That was the strength of a 10,000 saint, but it rarely appeared. These ancient sages recorded the cultivation levels of all those who entered the Heavenly Law Alliance as a precaution. If a great saint-level expert were to appear, he would have to alert the old Alliance leaders in time and let them know. All of a sudden, an eye-catching green that of light appeared on the crystal wall. The expressions of the ancient sages changed slightly. They immediately noted it down and said, "A great sage has entered. Confirm his identity." On the crystal wall, the green dot of light enlarged infinitely, revealing the outline of white snow. So, the Alliance Master has returned. It was a false alarm. One of them laughed bitterly and immediately restored the crystal wall to its original state. However, right at that moment, a ray of green light appeared on the crystal wall again, another expert with great saint strength. The ancient sages immediately zoomed in on the image and found that it was a petite little girl who was accompanying White Snow. Recorded down. The Alliance Master has brought back a great sage girl, one of the ancient sages ordered. Just as the recording was completed, something strange happened. The screen suddenly trembled violently. An extremely dazzling cyan light flickered rapidly across the entire screen, so blinding that people couldn't open their eyes. Ah, what's going on? Several ancient sages hurriedly shielded their eyes and exclaimed in shock. The ancient sage official gasped and said, "Level 1 alert, a myriad saint expert has arrived." A 10,000 saint expert? The ancient sages were all shocked. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Law Alliance, this was the first time a 10,000 saint expert had come. Quick, find out his identity immediately and find out who he is, the senior officer anxiously ordered. Ignoring the blinding green light, he immediately zoomed in on the image, hoping to see the figure clearly. However, no matter how big the image was, he still couldn't see it clearly. The only thing he could see was the vague silhouette of the other party. When the green light dissipated, the figure of the other party was even harder to catch. Have you found out who it is? Some of the ancient sages were still in a state of shock. The commanding officer shook his head calmly. I can only see the gist of it. I'll report to the Hall of Elders. This matter was of great importance, and he had to inform the Hall of Elders as soon as possible. Su Yu was completely unaware of this. He expressionlessly followed Bai Shui to the Heavenly Law Alliance's Hall of Mission. This place was bustling with people, like a bustling market. Most of the people here were the leaders of various factions, and they had received precious missions from the Heavenly Law Alliance. Greetings, Alliance Master! Just as they arrived at the entrance of the hall, the guards on both sides hesitated for a moment before kneeling down on one knee. Bai Shui completely ignored them, entering the Hall of Mission. There were over 100 windows in the hall, and each window was filled with thousands of people queuing up. Only one crystal window had no one in front of it. There was only a white-haired old man yawning in boredom. Bai Shui came in front of him and knocked on the table. Call Fang Yuan out. Fang Yuan was none other than the Hall Master of the Hall of Mission, in charge of all missions. The Heavenly Law Prison missions were the highest level missions, and only some special factions and great sage factions could accept them. They were not given out at ordinary windows, and could only be given out at the crystal window in front of them. Furthermore, the Hall Master had to personally give out the missions. Thus, Bai Shui could not be bothered to speak to the old man at the counter, and directly called for Fang Yuan. Ah! The old man was startled and said unhappily, "Who is being impudent, calling the Hall Master by his name?" But when he saw who it was, his eyes went wide, and he said in panic, "Ah, it's the Alliance Master." But soon after, the old man seemed to have thought of something, and the panic on his face receded. "Please wait for a moment. I'll inform the Hall Master." Not long after, the old man returned, but he did not bring Fang Yuan with him. "Hall Master Fang is waiting for you inside. Please come with me." Bai Shui's brows twitched, and she squinted her eyes. Fang Yuan has guts. She called for Fang Yuan, but he did not come, and instead asked her to meet him. Chapter 30:11. She could sense that something was amiss. Even Su Yu, an outsider, felt that something was amiss. The Alliance Master was being treated with such disrespect. The shopkeeper smiled, his expression unchanged. "This is Hall Master Fang's will. I cannot change it." Bai Shui glanced at Su Yu, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Lead the way." If she were to go now, her dignity as the Alliance Master would be shattered. But she had promised Su Yu that she would help him obtain the Heavenly Law Prison mission. Right now, she could only grit her teeth and go. With the shopkeeper leading the way, Bai Shui, Su Yu, and Shungo entered the back hall. "Wait, you two stay outside." The shopkeeper looked at Su Yu and Shungu coldly. "They are my friends," Bai Shui said indifferently. It was not a problem for the Alliance Master to bring her friends into the back hall of the Hall of Mission, but the shopkeeper interfered. "Alliance Master, the Hall of Mission is an important organization of the Heavenly Law Alliance. How can an outsider enter?" A mere shopkeeper dared to argue with the Alliance Master and even lectured her. Even if Su Yu was a fool, he would still be able to see where the problem lay. Xingge frowned. Bai Shui, don't force yourself. Su Yu nodded. You can come back later. Bai Shui's priority was to clarify the situation. Even if she had no real authority as the Alliance Master and was only a decoration, it was not something anyone could take advantage of. But Bai Shui had already lost all her face. How could she lower her head? Wait outside, I'll be right back. Her face was ashen as she entered the back hall. Passing through the layers of restrictions, in the garden at the center of the back hall, a man in a loose robe with a long beard and crystalline eyes was feeding the fishes in the pond. Fang Yuan. Bai Shui walked over with a cold expression, the ground trembling as she walked. The fishes in the pond could feel Wu Xian's killing intent, jumping and causing ripples in the pond. The person with crystalline eyes was the Hall Master of the Hall of Mission. He pressed down with his palm, causing the fishes in the pond to calm down. When he turned around, he smiled like a spring breeze. What made our Alliance Master so angry? Bai Shui's expression was cold. What do you think? Fang Yuan laughed, his eyes narrowed into a slit. I don't know. Bai Shui stared at him. Do you still have me in your eyes? The last time he had left the Heavenly Dao Union, everything had been fine. But now that he had returned, the entire mission hall's attitude had undergone a drastic change. Of course. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, his crystalline pupils reflecting Bai Shui's shadow. Do you see it? Bai Shui is the Alliance leader in my heart. Bai Shui looked at him deeply and didn't want to waste time talking to him. The most important thing now was to obtain Su Yu's mission. As for settling the score, it would not be too late to do so in the future. Give me a Heavenly Law Prison mission card, Bai Shui said. Every mission in the Heavenly Dao Union required one to obtain a corresponding mission card. Fang Yuan leisurely placed Jianeng's hands behind his back, saying leisurely, Oh, Bai Shui, you just returned to Heaven Dao Alliance, and you came straight to my place. Bai Shui had a bad feeling. Yes, so what? The smile on Fang Yuan's face had already disappeared. He said calmly, Then no one should have told you that the elders have already made a decision. Decision? Bai Shui's heart shook, the bad feeling growing. What decision? Fang Yuan did not say a word, taking out a fish scale and throwing it to Bai Shui. See for yourself. Bai Shui grabbed it, his expression changing drastically. Why did the elders suddenly make such a decision? Fish scales were a decree issued by the Elder Council. It was the collective decision of the elders. The content was to temporarily freeze Alliance leader Bai Shui's authority until a new Alliance leader is elected. In a sense, Bai Shui only had the title of Alliance leader and lost the little authority he had. Do you understand? Fang Yuan lightly sighed, but that sigh was not out of pity, but rather gloating. Back when you were the Alliance leader, I was against it. Now, the Elder Council has finally made a wise decision. One of Fang Yuan's juniors was once a strong contender for the Alliance leader position, but lost to Bai Shui. Regarding this, he had always been unhappy. Now that Bai Shui had finally lost the Alliance leader position, the imbalance in his heart was finally released. Bai Shui gripped the scale tightly, but because she used too much strength, she was cut by the sharp edge of the scale. Until a new Alliance leader is elected? Her heart felt like it was bleeding. For so many years, as the Alliance leader of the Heavenly Law Alliance, she had worked hard for the Heavenly Law Alliance, risking her life many times. The last time she chased after the Ninth Realm, she almost died. Thankfully, Su Yu was there and saved her life. All of this was erased out of thin air. Give me the mission token. Bai Shui suppressed the waves in her heart, saying calmly. Fang Yuan laughed. Then what identity will you be using? The scale clearly stated that all of Bai Shui's authority had been frozen. Bai Shui looked at him deeply, saying, I remember, before I became the Alliance leader, you were just a shopkeeper who was ostracized, right? It was Bai Shui who saw him in a new light, promoting him to the mission hall master. This was also why Bai Shui was so confident that she could get him the Heavenly Law prison mission. But she did not expect that when her position fell, the first person to turn against her was not her competitor, but the subordinate she had promoted in the past. Fang Yuan hid his hands in his sleeves, his face showing no gratitude. Instead, he said proudly, "Apologies, I relied on my own abilities, climbing up step by step. Even without your promotion, I would still be here today." Shameless. Bai Shui only spat out 2 words. Back then, Fang Yuan was so poor that he could not even stay in the mission hall. How could he have any abilities? But what use was the word shameless to Fang Yuan? He could turn against her immediately. He had no sense of shame. It was impossible to expect him to be grateful. "All right, I will use my identity as a normal person to request you to give me a Heavenly Law prison mission token." Bai Shui bit her lips, resisting the urge to cry. No one knew how sorrowful her heart was at this moment. "Oh, Alliance leader doesn't seem to know how to ask for help." Fang Yuan laughed mockingly. Bai Shui secretly clenched her fists. She had already lowered her voice. What else did he want? Did he want her to kneel and beg? "All right, seeing that we have interacted before, I'll give you a mission token." Fang Yuan looked at the humiliated Bai Shui, knowing when to stop. No matter what, Bai Shui still had some power behind her, even though it had almost fallen. "Here." Fang Yuan took out a token. Bai Shui reached out to receive it, but just as she was about to receive it, Fang Yuan's fingers loosened, the token falling to the ground. "Oh, sorry, I dropped it. Pick it up yourself." Bai Shui clenched her fists even tighter. Had she offended Fang Yuan? Did he have to taunt her like this? Holding back the tears in her eyes, Bai Shui squatted down in humiliation, picking up the mission token and leaving the back hall without looking back. Fang Yuan's expression of relief was the reply to her back. Bai Shui wiped her tears, walking outside and saying, "I got the mission token." "Su, you did not take it," instead asking, "Did I make things difficult for you?" Bai Shui rolled her eyes, snorting, "Who am I? Who can make things difficult for me? Take it." She did not say anything, stuffing the token into Su Yu's hands. "You got the mission token. Hurry up and go. If you need any help, you can find me anytime." Chapter 30:12. Su Yu held the token, looking into her eyes. "Are you really fine?" No matter how he looked at it, the Division of Mission Division's master had no respect for her. It would not have been easy to obtain this token. "Why are you being so wishy-washy? Where's the quick way of stripping me of my clothes?" Bai Shui said arrogantly, her usual demeanor. Su Yu's mouth twitched. This Bai Shui, but seeing that she was fine, Su Yu relaxed. "All right, thank you. If I successfully complete the mission, I will definitely return to thank you." Bai Shui giggled, her eyes shining brightly. "Then I'll be waiting." Su Yu laughed, bidding farewell to Shenggu and leaving the Division of Mission. Even though she is rude and unreasonable, she is a good person. Along the way, Shenggu had spoken up for Bai Shui. Su Yu nodded. She is indeed a good lady." "So you quickly stripped her of her clothes?" Shenggu asked with a smile that was not a smile. Su Yu's expression froze and he coughed. Cough, cough. There was a reason for that. Shenggu had covered her mouth. As she laughed, she suddenly saw a group of people flying down from the lake's barrier. Leading them was Han Yanran, the person who had clashed with Bai Shui. Han Yanran was beaming, leading a group of people into the depths of the Heavenly Law Alliance. She looked extremely carefree. When she passed by Su Yu and Bai Shui, Han Yanran paused. "Oh, leaving so quickly? Did your Alliance master friend not show you her special privileges?" Su Yu creased his brows. What did she mean? He rolled his eyes. Bai Shui keeps a low profile and did not show any special privileges, but I can see that everyone respects her. His words were naturally a test. Hearing this, Han Yanran laughed. "Respect? Are you blind or what? Someone whose status as the Alliance Master has been frozen and is about to be crippled. You tell me that she is respected? What? Su Yu's gaze wavered. She had fallen to such a state? The nonchalant attitude she had displayed in front of him just now had been a forced act, right? He suddenly felt that the token in his hand was heavy. He didn't even need to think to know how difficult it would be for him to obtain the token from the unfriendly hall master of the mission hall, since he had lost his identity as the Alliance master. The calmer she appeared to be, the more turbulent her heart was. You'd better leave quickly. Don't get into trouble with her, Han Yanran said, and leaped away. Su Yu understood what Bai Shui was implying. It was not as simple as freezing her position as the Alliance master. Perhaps she had done something even worse. Xinga, we can't leave for the time being, Su Yu said. Xinga nodded obediently and tilted her neck. It's really hard for Bai Shui to leave like this. The two of them returned to the mission hall, but White Snow had already left. On the other side, the Senate. This was where the core of the Heavenly Law Union was located, and the outside of the hall was densely packed with arrays that sealed it tightly. Not to mention barging in, it would be extremely difficult for anyone from the outside to even investigate it. At this very moment, the leader of the ancient sages was kneeling on the ground. Can I trouble Guardian Gu to pass on a message? I have an urgent matter to report. Outside the Senate, there was an old man in a straw cape guarding the only entrance. He slowly raised his head and glanced at the leader of the ancient sages. The leader of the ancient sages shuddered and trembled uneasily. The old man exuded a power that was at the level of a great saint. As a great saint, she was actually acting as a guard. Guardian Gu closed his eyes and said, "This is a critical moment. The elders are all training in seclusion, and it is not appropriate for them to meet any guests unless there is something important that concerns the safety of the Heavenly Law Union." A year ago, all the elders in the Senate seemed to have sensed that something bad was about to happen. Hence, they all chose to train in seclusion. Before they went into seclusion, they had instructed that unless something major happened to the Heavenly Law Union, they were not to be disturbed. The leader of the ancient sages looked anxious. What I have to report is definitely not any less important than the safety of the Heavenly Law Union. The leader of the ancient sages said anxiously, "The matter that I have to report is definitely not any less important than the safety of the Heavenly Law Union." Protector Gu had an indifferent expression on his face as he said indifferently, "I do not wish to repeat myself. Senior statesman, Hall Holy Land, please leave quickly." Seeing that the leader of the ancient sages was about to ask him to leave, the leader of the ancient sages had no choice but to say, "There is a great saint expert here. If Guardian Gu thinks that the matter is not important, just pretend that I have never been here." After saying that, he stood up and patted his knees, ready to leave. Chila! A crack suddenly appeared in the space behind him. Protector Gu had opened his eyes, and his old eyes were filled with shock. "Are you sure?" Guardian Gu felt like he was sitting on a pincushion. He immediately stood up, and his expression was no longer as calm as before. The leader of the ancient sages said solemnly, "Are you sure you want to see the record of the barrier?" Guardian Gu's expression stiffened, and he quickly waved his hand. "Wait here. I will report it immediately." It was better for him not to interfere in such an important matter. That would not benefit him at all. Inside the Senate, there were old black coffins, and each coffin was covered with a mysterious mass of air. Inside the coffins it was completely silent, and there was no sound. Guardian Gu knelt in front of the coffins and said, "Reporting to the 9 senators, the barrier inspector has reported that there are signs of a great saint expert's arrival." Clang! The lid of the coffin at the very end suddenly moved open, and a shriveled old man who looked like a corpse suddenly sat up. 2 emerald flames danced in the eye sockets of the mummy. He opened his mouth, and a hoarse and gloomy voice came out, as if a ghost was speaking. "Why would a great saint expert come to my Heavenly Law Alliance? Is the inspection reliable?" Guardian Gu said respectfully, "I think that they do not have the courage to lie." The barrier inspector did not have the courage to use the matter of a great saint expert to disturb the Senate. Clang! Clang! The lids of the coffins were opened one after another, and they who were in deep seclusion were all awakened by this shocking news. Guardian Gu was secretly shocked. It actually caused the 5 senators to wake up. The impact of this news on them was too great. Bring him in. In a coffin, there was no corpse sitting up. Instead, it gave a vague order. Guardian Gu immediately went out and brought the ancient sage leader in. Greetings, senators. The ancient sage leader's heart jumped. These senators spent most of their time in the Senate, and they rarely showed themselves. Now, they actually saw 5 of them at the same time. Take out the barrier record. The ancient sage leader immediately took out a drop of water and tossed it into the air. Immediately, an extremely clear image was projected. On the surface of the crystal, a dazzling green light appeared without any warning. It was so bright that one could not open one's eyes. So. The few senators who were lying down stood up from their coffins, and they looked at the green light in the sky with solemn expressions. Creak! Next, the lids of 2 more coffins opened, and 2 extremely old people sat up from within. Their bodies were even a little rotten. They were senators with even more seniority, and they had already lived for 7 to 8 epochs. It's a great saint expert. The 3rd coffin old man said in a hoarse voice. His face was so rotten that only his bones were left. But I can't see them clearly, he said in a hoarse voice. At this moment, the sound of fingernails rubbing against the coffin lid came from the 2nd coffin. In the spacious Senate, it seemed abnormally eerie. Chapter 30:13. The 7 corpses looked over and climbed out of their coffins, respectfully standing in front of the coffin. Senior Elder Han, the 7 said respectfully, you are awake. A deep voice came from the coffin. Look. Whoosh! A domain filled with the power of the world was emitted from the coffin, entering the blurry image in the air. The blurry silhouette immediately became clear. Suyu, dressed in a black robe, appeared in front of them. No, to be exact, the black robe gradually became transparent, revealing the figure of an extremely beautiful woman. Ah, Heavenly Prince, Mirror Flower. The 7 corpses cried out in shock. That face belonged to Heavenly Prince, Mirror Flower alone. No, that is only a part of Heavenly Prince, Mirror Flower's body. She has not fully recovered, Senior Elder Han said in a hoarse voice from the coffin. Even so, it was enough to make them feel terrified. Why had Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower come to the Heavenly Law Alliance? Had they discovered the Heavenly Law Alliance's secret? Senior Elder Han, what should we do? Should we welcome her or? The 7 elders asked. Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower's sudden arrival had disturbed their calm thoughts. Senior Elder Han said slowly, since Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower has come secretly, we will pretend that we do not know. We just need to keep an eye on her and react accordingly. Yes, the 7 elders said. Senior Elder Zhou, who was ranked last, volunteered. I will temporarily come out of seclusion to monitor Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower's movements and take over the Heavenly Law Alliance. At this critical moment, an elder must be present. Senior Elder Han nodded in the coffin. Yes. Also, quickly complete the replacement of the Alliance Master. Yes. Senior Elder Zhou left the Elders' Hall alone. The moment he left the Elders' Hall, his flesh and blood immediately became plump, and he soon became a normal living creature. He took a deep breath and muttered, "What an eventful time! At such a critical moment, Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower has arrived." A misty light appeared around his body. When the light dissipated, he had already appeared in the Heavenly Law Alliance Master's Palace. Inside the palace, a person was silently sitting on the Alliance Master's throne, which normal people could not approach. Bai Shui? Senior Elder Zhou was slightly surprised. "You have returned?" Bai Shui's eyes were emotionless, as if she was dead. Her body was gone. She silently took out 2 items. One was the Heavenly Law Alliance's seal, while the other was the seal of a statue. "Return it to its owner," Bai Shui said calmly. Grand Elder Zhou immediately stepped forward, grabbed the 2 items, and carefully examined them. He let out a long sigh of relief. Finally found them. While feeling gratified, he couldn't help but criticize. We can give the Heavenly Law Alliance a false alarm. If these 2 items were lost, it would be a huge problem. To be precise, trouble had already come knocking on their door. Not long ago, a large number of suspicious life forms had successfully entered the 9-star civilization with official documents issued by the Heavenly Law Union. When the Heaven Sun Palace found out about this, they ordered the Heavenly Law Alliance to provide an explanation. The so-called Son of Heaven Palace was the top stoneman palace in the heavens, controlled by Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower. According to the region, the Stoneman Palaces were divided into the Heaven Stoneman Palace, the Whole Stoneman Palace, and the Realm Stoneman Palace. For example, the Stoneman Hall of the Cloud Desolate Territory was the Realm Stoneman Hall that the Cauldron measured. The Golem Palace that was 1 level higher was the 10,000 Venerables Cave Golem Palace. It was the highest level of the Golem Palaces in the Cloud Desolate Territory. The highest level was the Heaven Stoneman Palace, which ruled the 10 whole Stoneman Palaces. They were warned by the Heaven Stoneman Palace, which showed how serious the situation was. However, they had already explained it, so the Heaven Stoneman Palace did not pursue the Heavenly Law Alliance's responsibility. In the future, you can't act recklessly anymore, understand? Grand Elder Zhou criticized. Bai Shui said quietly, "There's no future anymore, right?" Grand Elder Zhou's body stiffened slightly, and he said with a complicated expression, "You already know?" It was almost certain that Bai Shui would never have the chance to touch the big seal or the seal again. She was no longer the Alliance leader. Bai Shui stood up from the Alliance leader's throne and said, "I know some, but I don't know some." She looked at Grand Elder Zhou and said, "Back then, you were one of the people who supported me to become the Alliance leader. On account of our many years of friendship, can you tell me why?" Bai Shui asked. The change of the Alliance leader was related to the stability of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Before she left, there was no news, but after she returned, her privileges as the Alliance leader were already frozen. There had to be an unknown reason for her sudden change. Grand Elder Zhou was silent for a long time before he waved his sleeve and set up a thick isolation barrier. He sighed and said, "The Grand Elder has already passed away." "What?" Bai Shui's petite body trembled, and she said in shock, "How could it be so sudden?" The Grand Elder was the oldest Alliance leader of the Heavenly Law Alliance. His cultivation was extremely high, and he was second only to the 10,000 saints. For many years, the Heavenly Law Alliance had been able to develop smoothly because of the Grand Elder. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by other factions with bad intentions. Back then, Bai Shui could defeat all the competitors and become the Alliance leader. She had the support of someone like Grand Elder Zhou, but most importantly, the Grand Elder had personally recommended Bai Shui to be the Alliance leader. That was the key to turning defeat into victory, defeating Han Yanran, who was the most competitive, and becoming the new Alliance leader. She pushed back and sat on the throne in a daze, unable to accept the truth in front of her. Why did the Grand Elder pass away? With the Grand Elder's cultivation, he could live as long as heaven and earth. As long as he was not targeted by stronger experts, there was no such thing as passing away. Grand Elder Zhou sighed and said, "Eternal life, in a sense, is a kind of torture." The Grand Elder had lived for 9 eras, and he had witnessed the destruction and reconstruction of the 9-star civilizations several times. He had witnessed the rise and fall of the human race, and he had long lost his passion for life. The Grand Elder chose to break through to the 10,000 saints level. If he succeeded, he would lead the Heavenly Law Alliance in a final battle. If he failed, he would leave his cultivation to the remaining Grand Elders, and let them continue to protect the Heavenly Law Alliance. Bai Shui's shoulders trembled, and she felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. It turned out that the Grand Elder had voluntarily left the world and entered reincarnation. Now, the most experienced person is Grand Elder Han. Grand Elder Zhou revealed the truth. Grand Elder Han hoped that his descendant, Han Yanran, would become the Alliance leader. Now that the Grand Elder had left, he was the person with the highest authority in the Heavenly Law Alliance, and the other Grand Elders had to give him face. However, Bai Shui, you don't have to worry. Although you are no longer the Alliance leader, with your great sage cultivation, the Heavenly Law Alliance will not mistreat you. You might even become the protector of the Grand Elder Hall, Grand Elder Zhou said. Bai Shui's eyes became misty, and she gently shook her head. There is no need. I came back not to beg you, but to inform you of something. A letter slipped out of her sleeves and flew towards Grand Elder Zhou. Grand Elder Zhou opened it and frowned. You want to leave the Heavenly Law Alliance. Chapter 3014. Give me a reason to stay. Bai Shui's expression was lonely, and her eyes were filled with desolation. A good Alliance master was forced to abdicate her position. Where was her dignity? No matter how good the treatment was, it would be difficult for her to shamelessly stay in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Although Grand Elder Zhou had expected this, he still felt that it was a pity. Bai Shui was a great saint, and she could become a Grand Elder with just a few years of cultivation. Leaving the Heavenly Law Alliance now was a loss that no one wanted to see. He also did not approve of Grand Elder Han's actions. Was it worth it to lose a great saint in order to support his own descendant? Leaving the Heavenly Law Alliance is a serious matter, and I cannot make the decision. Grand Elder Zhou put down the letter and said, It is best to let the group of Grand Elders decide together. Can't I leave even if I want to? Bai Shui was furious. Of course you can. A mocking voice came from outside the palace. Han Yanran led a group of ancient sages and barged into the Alliance leader's palace. She raised her head and looked dignified, like a peacock that had just won. The prerequisite is that I am happy, Han Yanran said domineeringly. Bai Shui said in disdain, Who do you think you are? Do I have to make you happy if I want to leave? Han Yanran placed her hands behind her back. She was elated, and with a faint smile, she took out a golden scale. White snow, a white snow. Do you think that the Heavenly Law Alliance is a place that you can leave whenever you want to? Grand Elder Zhou looked at the golden scale and said in shock, A secret letter from a Grand Elder! A secret letter was a top-secret order that could only be issued by the Grand Elder, and the other Grand Elders had no right to ask about it. Now that the Grand Elder had passed away, only Grand Elder Han could issue a secret letter. Take a look yourself. Han Yanran flicked her finger, and the golden scale flew into Bai Shui's hand. Bai Shui looked at the scale suspiciously, and her pupils constricted. How dare you? Grand Elder Zhou's gaze swept over the scale, and he quickly grabbed the contents. His pale face suddenly changed as he asked in a low voice, Han Yanran, is this real? He didn't want to question the authenticity of the scale, but the content of the scale was too shocking. Then you can ask Elder Han. Han Yanran was not afraid, and she looked at White Snow's expression playfully. Bai Shui's expression changed again and again. The letter contained Grand Elder Han's orders. After White Snow stepped down as Alliance leader, she would be sent to the Heavenly Dao Cemetery to guard the cemetery for an epoch. She wouldn't be allowed to take a single step out. The mausoleum was the place where the elders were buried. The aura of the Heavenly Dao there was thin, and few people went there. Guarding the mausoleum, there was no difference from being imprisoned. Elder Han stripped Bai Shui of her position as the Alliance leader, but he was also worried that she would hate him and come back for revenge. That was why he was imprisoned in the mausoleum in disguise, making it so that he would not be able to effectively increase his cultivation for an epoch, making him unable to pose a threat. His intentions could not be said not to be malicious. However, I feel that you used to be our Heavenly Law Alliance's Alliance Master. For you to end up in such a miserable state, your loyal subordinates will definitely be disappointed. So I plan to let you go. Han Yanran had a smile on her face, but no one felt that the smile was kind. Bai Shui was shaking with anger, her face ashen. With the death of the Grand Elder, she would end up like this? Was it lamentable or laughable? The prerequisite is to make you happy? Bai Shui asked. Han Yanran smiled. Of course. Bai Shui looked straight at her and clenched her fists. Enduring the humiliation, she asked, What do you want? Han Yanran revealed a look of anticipation and said, Do 3 things. Speak. First, personally hand over the Heavenly Law Alliance seal and the Sculpture seal to me, the new Alliance Master. Grand Elder Zhou frowned. Han Yanran was not the Alliance Master yet, so how could there be a handover? Wasn't this just an insult? Bai Shui hesitated for a moment before silently picking up the seal and sculpture and handing them to her. For you. Han Yanran crossed her arms in front of her chest. This is your handover. Do you even have me, the Alliance Master, in your eyes? She looked straight at Bai Shui. Kneel down on one knee and call me Alliance Master. Creak. Bai Shui clenched her teeth so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. This was too much. Who had ever heard of a previous Alliance Master needing to kneel down to the next Alliance Master during a handover? It was the other way around. However, Bai Shui did not want to stay in the Heavenly Law Alliance any longer. She was completely disappointed. Even Grand Elder Zhou, who had once supported her, could only watch from the sidelines without any support. It was obvious that the Heavenly Law Alliance could not find anyone to support or help her. Even if she had to die, she had to leave this place. Plop! She knelt down on one knee and offered the 2 seals with both hands. Alliance Master Han, please accept them. That's more like it. Han Yanran took the 2 items. She was overjoyed. What's the second thing? Bai Shui stood up and asked. She did not know what kind of unreasonable request Han Yanran was going to make. Han Yanran looked at Bai Shui and said with a faint smile, The second thing is to hand over your hairband. You've been acting like a child all day. It's really annoying. Bai Shui was silent for a long time. The hairband is something my mother left for me. So what? If you want to guard the mausoleum, you can keep it. Han Yanran was overbearing. That hairband was not an ordinary item. It was a peerless Tao item that could freeze one's appearance forever. She had been coveting it for a long time. The reason why Bai Shui always maintained the appearance of a child was because of the existence of this Tao item. Bai Shui clenched her fists. In the end, she silently apologized. Her eyes were filled with tears as she took off the hairband. When the hairband fell off, her soft long hair flowed down like silk. Bai Shui's body underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, her short stature became tall, slender, and exquisite. The tender face of a little girl also became the exquisite face of a classical beauty. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she was still a rare beauty that could topple cities. Grand Elder Zhou was stunned. He could not believe that the Alliance Master who always looked like a child was actually such a beautiful woman. Even Han Yanran was astonished by what she saw. She never thought that Bai Shui would be so beautiful in real life. She really knew how to hide. An indescribable jealousy surged in her heart. She was extremely unwilling. Even though she had obtained the position of Alliance Master, she still lost to Bai Shui in terms of appearance. The third condition. Listen up. Han Yanran snatched the hairband and said coldly, I want you to destroy your own cultivation. What? Grand Elder Zhou's eyes burned with anger. This Han Yanran was getting more and more excessive. People who crippled their own cultivation probably wouldn't be able to leave the heavenly Tao Union. If they didn't meet with mishaps, they would remain mortals, forever unable to leave the heavenly Tao realm. However, He shut his mouth helplessly and did not meddle in this matter. Grand Elder Han covered the sky with one hand. He wanted to help, but he could not. Chapter 30:15. Bai Shue's face was ashen. She could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Han Yanran had no intention of letting her go. From the start, she had been toying with her. Han Yanran, you must keep your word, Bai Shue warned. She clenched her fists tightly. The power of a great sage turned into a layer of waves that surged around her. Han Yanran was not afraid. Instead, she became even more vicious. What? You want to go against the Alliance leader's decision? Don't forget, I am the Alliance leader now. You are nothing. Bai Shue stood there without moving. She only stared at Han Yanran. The latter played with her hairband. I, Han Yanran, keep my word. Once the third request is fulfilled, I will let you leave the Heaven Law Alliance. Haha, rather than crippling her own cultivation. She might as well be imprisoned in the cemetery. At least she could keep her life. Han Yanran, I have endured for so long. Why must you force me? Bai Shue took out a needle. Grand Elder Zhou saw this and knew that it was not good. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Han Yanran's eyes flashed. It was as if she had found a great opportunity. Her eyes were filled with a sinister smile. Men. Bai Shue attempted to assassinate the Alliance leader. Such a disgraceful person should be killed on the spot. She had no reason to toy with Bai Shue. Her goal was to force Bai Shue to take action when she could no longer endure it. Then she would be charged with a crime that she would never be able to recover from. In truth, she was worried that Bai Shue would endure it and enter the cemetery to guard the mausoleum. A living Bai Shue was a threat to her position as the Alliance leader. Only a dead Bai Shue could make people feel at ease. Whoosh! The ancient sages behind her immediately rushed forward and protected Han Yanran. Bai Shue was filled with anger. She felt like her chest was about to explode. It was fine if she was stripped of her position as the Alliance leader. It was fine if she had to guard the mausoleum for an era. It was fine if she had to kneel down and hand over the Alliance leader's seal. It was fine if she had to take away the only thing that her mother had left for her. But why did she still not let her go even after she had given in? Why? Why? His suppressed grief and indignation turned into absolute killing intent. Die. Bai Shue leaped and turned into white snowflakes. Those snowflakes were formed by the Tao artifact needles in his hand. Every snowflake was filled with countless needles that could hurt people invisibly. She had already lost even the slightest bit of trust in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Since the Heavenly Law Alliance wanted him dead, what was there to be reluctant about? What rules were there to abide by? They would kill their way out and determine the Heavenly Law Alliance. Of course, before he left, how could he let Han Yanran go? Whoosh! White snow instantly blanketed the ancient sages and Han Yanran. In an instant, all of the ancient sages at the very front were frozen into ice, and their vitality was extinguished. Every single ancient sage had a look of agony on their faces, because they weren't really frozen to death, but their souls were destroyed by the countless needles. Han Yanran was taken aback. She did not think that her ancient sage guards would be killed without putting up any resistance at all. Bai Shue's hidden strength was much stronger than expected. You forced me to do this. White Snow's eyes were filled with killing intent. She waved her finger, and a snowflake quickly enveloped Han Yanran. However, Grand Elder Zhou was present. He obviously would not watch Han Yanran be killed. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to Grand Elder Han. Stop! Grand Elder Zhou sighed. He rubbed his palms together, and a golden spinning top appeared behind Bai Shue and slammed into her. Even though Bai Shue had a Tao artifact to protect her, she was still unable to withstand the power of the spinning top. Puff! The snowflakes around Bai Shue immediately dissipated and fell to the ground, turning into countless needles. Bai Shue's body was pierced by the spinning top, and a huge hole appeared in her body. blood flowed out, and she looked extremely miserable. Bai Shue's internal organs were destroyed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her throat. Her body was also knocked forward by the huge force, and she fell to the ground. Bai Shue's entire body was in intense pain, but her killing intent did not diminish. She pounced toward Han Yanran. Die! Pudong! However, when she was in midair, a force of gravity descended from the sky and ruthlessly kicked her to the ground. It was Grand Elder Zhou. He stepped on Bai Shui and said with a stern face, Bai Shui, you've gone too far. Bai Shue's body was already in intense pain, and now that Grand Elder Zhou had stepped on her wounds, the pain was unbearable. However, Bai Shue's heart was in even more pain. She turned her head, her eyes filled with tears of sorrow. I've gone too far? So I've gone too far. Ha! It was as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world, and she laughed maniacally. That laughter was filled with despair, anger, sorrow, and deep mockery. Grand Elder Zhou's eyes flickered with a trace of pity, and he could not help but close his eyes. When he opened them again, they were cold and emotionless. No matter what Han Yanran did, she is still the Alliance leader. You assassinated the Alliance leader, and that is an unforgivable crime. Grand Elder Zhou said with an incorruptible face. It was as if he had been fair when Han Yanran had been so overbearing. Ha 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 ha, if you want to kill me, then do it. There's no need to talk about righteousness with me. Bai Shui clawed at the ground with her fingers, her eyes filled with hatred. My biggest regret in life is that I worked for the Heavenly Law Alliance. Bai Shui stared at Han Yanran like a demon. If there is a next life, I will be the Heavenly Law Alliance's mortal enemy, and I will destroy the Heavenly Law Alliance. The deeper the betrayal, the greater the hatred. Bai Shue's betrayal was enough to make her remember it, even after she reincarnated. Han Yanran was frightened by her disheveled hair and eyes filled with hatred, and her heart trembled. Such a person must not be given a chance. Otherwise, she would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. She suddenly had evil thoughts and said, Grand Elder Zhou, what are you waiting for? Chop off her head and destroy her soul. The Heavenly Law Alliance does not have such a traitor who disobeyed the Alliance leader. Grand Elder Zhou did not hesitate. He raised the spinning top and smashed it towards Bai Shue's head. At this moment, Bai Shui looked at the bright sunlight outside the Heavenly Law Alliance, and her eyes seemed to reflect some hazy memories of the past. It was warm and hurried, clear and blurry. It seemed like a very long time ago, but it also seemed like it was yesterday. Her heart was filled with disappointment. Perhaps this was the end of her life? But suddenly, the sunlight at the entrance of the palace shook. A figure covered in warm sunlight walked over from afar. He walked very slowly, but every step he took was like stepping on people's hearts, causing them to palpitate. Su, you! Bai Shui thought she was seeing things, and she blinked her eyes, but the figure was too blurry and she could not see it clearly. Then, a familiar yet strange voice entered her ears. How can you trample on my people like this? It was an emotionless question, but because of this it caused people to tremble and feel an indescribable fear. It was as if under the extreme calmness, there was an extreme emotion being suppressed. Chapter 30:16. Elder Zhou creased his brows. Guards! Were the guards outside blind? The Alliance Master Palace was such an important place. How could they allow outsiders to enter? But the outside of the palace was silent, devoid of any sound. Guards! Elder Zhou shouted again, but there was still no movement. He had a bad feeling about this. Could it be? If you are calling for the guards, there is no need. Su Yu walked over with his hands behind his back. Wherever his footsteps passed, the ground turned to ice. The air in the surrounding hall froze as well, turning into a vast expanse of white, cold mist. When a person had control over various areas, every word and action could affect the laws of heaven and earth. Elder Zhou stepped on the white snow, unable to free himself. He could only casually throw a bolt of great sage-level energy at Suyu. In the blink of an eye, a faintly discernible, irregular air current swept towards Suyu with a power that could tear apart space. Suyu did not say a word, single-handedly taking out the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. Creak! The 10 golden heads on the scythe all appeared. Whoosh! With a swing of the scythe, a terrifying arc of energy shot out from the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. In an instant, the great saint energy that was sweeping over was destroyed into nothingness. The energy wave did not diminish, speeding toward Han Yanran and Elder Zhou. Han Yanran sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a great saint-level powerhouse could be withstood. Moreover, the energy wave gave her an unavoidable sense of fear, as if it came from a higher being that could completely crush her. What she could not accept the most was that this attack came from Bai Shui's unremarkable friend. Her heart was filled with complex emotions, but the emotion she felt the most was jealousy. This is the Heavenly Law Alliance. How dare you be so insolent? Han Yanran did not retreat. She took out the Heavenly Law Alliance seal she had just obtained and tossed it into the air. The 4 words Heavenly Law Alliance seal immediately separated, forming a net in front of her. But the power of the great scythe of 10,000 calamity could already kill great sages. She was too naive to think that a mere seal from a great family could block it. Crack! The 4 words quickly shattered, and the aftershock swept over without slowing down at all. At this moment, Han Yanran felt the threat of death. Her body trembled, letting out a terrified scream. Out of the way! At this critical moment, Grand Elder Zhou let go of white snow and rushed in front of Han Yanran. He took out his spinning top Dao artifact and activated it on the spot. Chi, chi, chi. After spinning violently, the spinning top barely blocked the scythe's attack. However, one could faintly see a series of damaged marks on the top. Grand Elder Zhou glanced at him, his expression indescribably grave. "Who are you?" Suyu strode toward him. Elder Zhou clenched his teeth and dodged to the side. He did not face Suyu head-on. Instead, he secretly activated the communication signal, requesting for help from the Hall of Elders. He might be able to win by himself, but there was no need to take the risk. Suyu came in front of Bai Shui, looking at the serious injuries on his body. The cold energy surrounding his body was even thicker. "I only left for a short while, and you're going to harm my friend like this?" If he had hesitated a little longer and arrived a little later, would White Snow have truly died? He never expected that the Heavenly Law Union would be so harsh. Grand Elder Zhou said with a serious expression, "This is an internal matter of the Heavenly Law Union. You should stay out of it." Bai Shui tugged at his sleeves with both gratitude and anxiety. Leave quickly. He must have informed the Hall of Elders. It will be difficult to leave later. Humph. Is the Heavenly Law Union a place where you can come and go as you please? Grand Elder Zhou moved to the side, blocking the exit of the Alliance Master's Palace. With his abilities, it would not be difficult for him to hold off Bai Shui until the fighters from the Hall of Elders arrived. Suyu imbued a gush of energy into Bai Shui's body, then fed her a healing elixir. He then slowly put her down. "Who said that I am leaving?" Suyu slowly stood up. With his back facing Senior Elder Zhou, he said these extremely sinister words. A gush of chaotic energy flowed from his palm, entering the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations. The white handle was burning with a layer of pale white flames. The 10 golden heads opened their eyes at the same time. He had not used his full strength in his previous attack to avoid injuring Bai Shui. Now he had no more worries. Grand Elder Zhou looked at the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations, his heart thumping. The great scythe of 10,000 tribulations gave him a savage, ancient, and bloodthirsty feeling. It was as if he was not facing a Dao artifact, but an ancient, ferocious beast. "Sir, You barged into the Heavenly Law Union first, Grand Elder Zhou said. You have already committed a grave mistake. If you continue to use force, it will be difficult to turn back. He retreated slightly, his entire body tensed. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. He slowly turned around, staring at Grand Elder Zhou with an icy gaze. So, killing my friend is the right thing to do? That is a matter of the Heavenly Law Union. Sir, you do not have the right to interfere, Grand Elder Zhou argued. Su Yu raised the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations, calmly saying, You will know soon whether I have the right or not. Creak, the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations, swung down. This time it was no longer a ripple. Instead, it was a giant net covering the entire area. Grand Elder Zhou's expression turned serious. You are being impudent. He clenched his hands, causing the spinning top to spin rapidly, attacking the giant net. Creak! In an instant, the spinning top created countless black sparks as it rubbed against the giant net, as if it would break in the next moment. But the giant net suddenly constricted, wrapping around the spinning top. It then continued to shrink until the giant net completely passed through the spinning top. Crack! The spinning top split into pieces, turning into fragments that fell to the ground. Wah! Grand Elder Zhou, whose mind was connected, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with fear. My golden emperor spinning top. The spinning top was one of the 10 great sect-guarding Tao artifacts of the Heavenly Law Union. It was indestructible, able to break through all of the enemy's direct attacks. Usually, no matter how intense the battle was, there would not be a single scratch on it. But now it had been completely destroyed. At this moment, Grand Elder Zhou finally knew who he was fighting against. Go! He grabbed Han Yanran, turning to escape. How could he still dare to fight against Su Yu? But if he wanted to leave, he had to ask Su Yu first. Creak! Another giant net appeared, enveloping Grand Elder Zhou and Han Yanran. Han Yanran's face turned pale with fright, shouting, Sir, we can talk things out. We do not have any deep grudges. Su Yu was expressionless. If you were willing to talk things out, how would Bai Shui end up in such a state? He had never spoken up for Bai Shui. Not only that, he had even helped the wicked harm Bai Shui. The injuries on Bai Shui's body were all caused by the seemingly neutral old man, who was actually siding with Han Yanran. Creak! The giant net arrived in an instant, pouncing toward Grand Elder Zhou. Chapter 3017. Ah! The giant net touched him, causing him to shriek in fear. At that critical moment, 2 cold grunts could be heard. How dare you? How dare you cause trouble in the Heavenly Law Alliance? Whoosh! 2 corpses with auras above Elder Zhou's descended from the sky. They each held a Tao artifact, grabbing the giant net and pulling it back. In this way, Grand Elder Zhou managed to escape from the gates of hell and hurriedly dashed forward for some distance. The 2 dried corpses stood in front of Grand Elder Zhou as well. They were the 7th and 8th ranked elders. Elder Zhang, Elder Qin, be careful of this person's Tao artifact. It is very powerful. Elder Zhou reminded them. The 2 elders recalled their Tao artifacts, only to discover that they were slightly damaged. The 2 of them were shocked. Elder Zhou, take Han Yanran and leave. Go to the Elder Palace and ask Elder Han to come out of seclusion. The 2 elders realized that they had encountered an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. They might not be able to suppress him with just the 2 of them. Elder Zhou nodded. Be careful. Don't fight him head-on. Try to delay him. After speaking, he took Han Yanran with him. Su Yu was expressionless. I said there is no need to leave. Thump! Su Yu stabbed the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations into the ground, then extended his hands. A giant golden bell appeared above his head. It was covered in dragon markings, emitting a powerful pressure. In terms of grade, only Grand Elder Han's Tao artifact could be compared to it. EMO soul calming bell? The two elders gasped in shock. How could they not recognize the famous Tao artifact of the Sword Saint clan? But hadn't this Tao artifact fallen into the hands of a mysterious person? And that mysterious person had killed two absolute great sages of the Sword Saint clan with his own power. You're that person from Shueshan. The expressions of the two grand elders changed drastically as they cried out involuntarily. Su Yu was expressionless. You only found out now. Thump! As he spoke, he activated the EMO soul calming bell. A long and violent sound of the bell swept across the land. The sound of the bell was filled with a soul-destroying power. Run! The two of them anxiously roared and immediately retreated. Moreover, they used all of their soul defense methods. However, if the Yimo soul calming bell was so easy to defend against, how could it be so famous? In just an instant, the defenses on their bodies were completely shattered. Then, a terrifying soul fluctuation penetrated their bodies. After a miserable shriek, the two grand elders clutched their heads and screamed in pain, no longer able to fight. Even though they didn't die, their souls had suffered heavy injuries. Without an epoch of time, they wouldn't be able to recover. In the distance, Grand Elder Zhou and Han Yanran were quite far away. Although they were not directly killed, they were still affected. Grand Elder Zhou was fine, but Han Yanran was almost killed by the soul attack. She was bleeding from her 7 apertures, clutching her head and howling in pain, but she was mostly terrified. Go! Grand Elder Zhou growled. Enduring the pain in his soul, he dashed toward the Grand Elder Hall. As he sped along the way, he sent out distress signals. Chila! In front of him, the space was torn apart, and Suyu walked out of it, still holding the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations in his hand. Grand Elder Zhou's heart turned cold, and he growled. Do you really want to become enemies with the Heavenly Law Alliance? Suyu calmly said no. You are not qualified. After saying this, he once again raised the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations. This was the final attack. No other Grand Elder could save them in time, and Grand Elder Zhou, who had lost his Tao artifact, could no longer block Suyu. What do you want for you to let us go? Grand Elder Zhou said, Bai Shui is not dead. She is merely injured. Suyu calmly said, Why didn't you say this earlier? Vengeance for vengeance, resentment for grievances. Ever since Suyu had appeared, Grand Elder Zhou had looked down on him with the attitude of the Heavenly Law Alliance. He did not even have the attitude to admit his wrongs, much less discuss it. Speak. Grand Elder Zhou lowered his head. If you wish for me to apologize, I can agree. Suyu let out a mocking laugh. You want me to just apologize after beating her up and injuring her? You have taken advantage of all the advantages in the world. Grand Elder Zhou's face trembled. All right, speak. What do you want? Suyu pointed at Han Yanran, who was behind him. First, execute her. In terms of repulsiveness, it was naturally the cold and merciless Grand Elder Zhou. But in terms of hatred, it was Han Yanran. She had used all sorts of methods to humiliate and harm Bai Shui. In the end, she had even forced Han Yanran to make a move, using the opportunity to execute Bai Shui. Bai Shui's hatred would not be appeased if she did not kill such a vicious woman. On the other hand, Bai Shui might not have minded Grand Elder Zhou's actions. No, Grand Elder Zhou, protect me. Grand Elder Han will be here soon, Han Yanran said in fear. At that moment, her heart was beating wildly, filled with regret. If she had not been so ruthless, why would Bai Shui's friend be so furious? But how could she have known that the unassuming friend Bai Shui had brought back would be so terrifying? No. Grand Elder Zhou resolutely refused. He is a direct descendant of Grand Elder Han. You cannot kill him. Suyu could not be bothered to waste his breath. He raised the great scythe of 10,000 calamity preparing to attack. Since he did not want her to die, he would let her die with him. Grand Elder Zhou's eyelids twitched, immediately saying, "Wait." But Su Yu had already lost his patience. The great scythe of 10,000 calamity was quickly being activated, with no intention of stopping. Grand Elder Zhou was burning with anxiety. He steeled his heart and turned to look at Han Yanran. The latter was so frightened that she stumbled, her face pale. "Grand Elder Zhou, don't. Wait a little longer. Grand Elder Han will be here soon." Grand Elder Zhou glanced at the two heavily injured Grand Elders out of the corner of his eye and then at the scene of devastation. His heart was filled with hatred. He had warned her not to go overboard, but had Han Yanran listened? She had used the fact that she was the descendant of Grand Elder Han to do as she pleased. Now, she had kicked a metal plate. Not only had she harmed two elders, but she had also caused the Heavenly Law Alliance to have a mysterious and terrifying enemy. This kind of junior could not accomplish anything, but was good at spoiling things. What was the point of keeping her alive? She might cause even more trouble in the future. Han Yanran, don't blame me for being merciless. You have gone overboard. Grand Elder Zhou closed his eyes, extending his hand and grabbing Han Yanran's neck. Han Yanran struggled with all her might, saying, "No, I was wrong. I will not dare to do it again. Please let me go. Creak!" Unfortunately, her neck twisted, and she was mercilessly killed by Grand Elder Zhou. Han Yanran probably did not expect her retribution to come so quickly. Grand Elder Zhou turned around, looking at Su Yu. "Anything else?" Su Yu retracted the great scythe of 10,000 calamity, calmly saying, "Break one of your own arms." Grand Elder Zhou did not hesitate. His body shook, breaking one of his arms. At once, blood flowed, and he could not help but kneel on one knee in pain. Clutching his arm, he said, "Leave quickly. When Grand Elder Han arrives, you will not be able to leave even if you wanted to. He has absorbed the Great Elder's energy, and you are no longer able to fight him." Chapter 3018. Bai Shue's injuries had mostly recovered, but the damage to her soul could not be healed in such a short time. Seeing Su Yu return, Bai Shue lowered her head in shame, biting her red lips as she cried, "I've let you see a joke." Su Yu did not say a word, placing a headband on the back of Bai Shue's hand. Bai Shue's eyes widened, suddenly looking up. What did you do to Han Yanran?" The headband had clearly fallen into Han Yanran's hands. "I gave her the ending she deserved," Su Yu said calmly. Bai Shue immediately stood up, ignoring the pain in her body as she grabbed him and left. "You've gotten into big trouble. How could Elder Zhou and the rest let you off after killing Han Yanran? How could Elder Han let you off?" But when she left the hall, she was stunned. Apart from the two elders who were howling in pain on the ground, Grand Elder Zhou was also clutching his blood-soaked arm. In that short moment, he had heavily injured 3 elders? No, that was under the premise that he had shown mercy. Is it worth it?" Bai Shue asked. "Is there a need to offend the Heavenly Law Alliance for me? I am just a dispensable pawn, and you need the Heavenly Law Alliance's Yin-Yang Gate." Bai Shue knew how much effort Su Yu had put in to activate the Yin-Yang Gate, and how many twists and turns he had gone through. Now that he was about to succeed, he had broken off relations with the Heavenly Law Alliance because of her. Even if he completed the Heavenly Law Prison mission, he could forget about obtaining the right to use the Yin-Yang Gate from the Heavenly Law Alliance. Grand Elder Han would never allow that to happen. It doesn't matter if it's worth it or not. Su Yu pointed at his heart. "As long as this tells me that it is the right thing to do." Bai Shue's heart warmed, as if a torch had suddenly appeared in a world of ice, warming her heart. She was at the lowest point of her life. The Heavenly Law Alliance had betrayed her, the elders who had supported her had betrayed her, and she had nowhere else to go. However, Su Yu had sacrificed his dream, which was within reach, just to save her. The warmth from the bottom of his heart flowed from his heart to his eyes, turning into a stream of hot tears that trickled down his cheeks. Fool! I am just a stubborn and unreasonable woman. Why do you have to treat me so well? Suyu laughed. You have no home to return to now. Do you want to come with me? It was impossible for Bai Shui to continue staying in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Bai Shui rubbed her eyes, feeling touched. As long as you don't mind, I can work for you in the future to repay your kindness. She gripped the headband tightly, but after thinking it over, she did not put it back on. Instead, he carefully stored it in a storage artifact. The me of yesterday has become the past. From today onwards, I will be the new me. Bai Shui no longer appeared as a 10-year-old girl. Instead, she returned to the world in her current form. Of course, Suyu would not mind the addition of a great saint. He turned around with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "Let's go then!" As he took a step forward, he activated his spatial domain and swept the two of them to the Heavenly Law Union's barrier. Shinga was squatting there, holding her chin with both hands and mumbling, "Why aren't you back yet? Master wouldn't have eloped with that stinky girl, right?" The more she thought about it, the more Shinga felt that it was possible. She stood up and prepared to search for it. "What are you mumbling about?" An irritated voice came from the space in front of her, following which the space was torn apart and Suyu and Bai Shui walked out. Shinga hurriedly covered her mouth, shaking her head. "I wasn't the one who said you eloped with someone, not me." As she was speaking, Shinga suddenly saw an exceptionally tall woman standing beside Suyu. She glanced over and saw that it was a beautiful woman with a slender figure, skin as white as snow, clear eyes, and alluring red lips. "Master, who is she? Didn't you go to help that stinky girl Bai Shui? Why did you bring back another woman?" Shinga said sourly it had only been a short while, and yet another beautiful woman had come. "Who are you calling a stinky girl?" The tall woman crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking down at the short Shinga from above. Her eyes were filled with hostility. In that instant, Shinga recognized her from the look in her eyes. You are Bai Shui." Very surprised? Very surprised? Are you feeling defeated?" Bai Shui bowed, a smile that wasn't quite a smile. How could Shinga take her provocation? She patted her chest and laughed. "I admit that I'm surprised. I never thought that the stinky girl was actually a vixen in disguise. But what do you mean by frustrated?" Shinga said nonchalantly. Bai Shui smiled. "Is that so? You really don't feel frustrated? What's there to be frustrated about?" Shinga said, but she could not help but look at Bai Shui. The more she looked, the more guilty Shinga felt. Her legs are longer than mine, her chest is bigger than mine, even her skin is fairer than mine. Take care of me from now on, little one!" Bai Shui smiled proudly and patted Shinga's head, only to be threatened by the latter. Bai Shui let out a peal of laughter. At that moment, Bai Shui realized that she still preferred this kind of life. Even though she had no power, she was happier here than in the Heavenly Law Alliance. "Let's go take a look at the Heavenly Law prison." Suyu grabbed their waists, preparing to use the space domain to leave. Even though there was no point in completing the mission, he still wanted to take a look at the Heavenly Law prison and meet the disciples and comrades of the Run Ancestor. But it would not be easy for them to leave. With a dull thud, multiple coffins tore through the air, leaving behind afterimages. The coffins tore through the air, descending with the power to destroy the world. 5 coffins surrounded them. "Bai Shui, you have disappointed us." A dull voice came from one of the coffins. After what had just happened, Bai Shui had seen the true face of the Heavenly Law Alliance. "Thank you for your disappointment. I have already drawn a clear line between myself and the Heavenly Law Alliance." "Humph, ungrateful. The Heavenly Law Alliance has nurtured you. But what have you done? Colluding with outsiders to injure an elder and kill the new Alliance Master. Are you worthy of the Heavenly Law Alliance's nurturing?" She stood on the moral high ground and reprimanded Bai Shui, ignoring the truth. Bai Shui smiled coldly. She could not be bothered to explain how Han Yanran had wanted to kill her, or how Elder Zhou had killed her. There was no need to reason with these people. They would continue to attack her with other fallacies. So what if I am? I am ungrateful. What do you want? Bai Shui said with disdain. A thunderous voice came from another coffin. How dare you? Really rebel. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are an expert. Bai Shui did not say a word, walking to Su Yu's side. Chapter 3019. Bai Shui, if you kill yourself now, you will still have a chance to enter the Heavenly Law Alliance's cemetery and preserve your reputation. Suddenly, a cold voice came from a sinister coffin. That voice belonged to the powerful martial artist in charge of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Senior Elder Han. His strength was only below that of the former great senior elder. He was no weaker than the strongest Huang Dashing of the Sword Saint clan. Bai Shui snorted. Then I will bear the curse for the rest of my life and live in peace. If you like the Heavenly Law Alliance's cemetery so much, you can live there yourself. I don't care. Her fierce resistance triggered the anger of the people in the coffin. Finally, Senior Elder Han let out a sigh. Stubborn, you have defied the teachings of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Since that is the case, I will personally send you on your way. Thump! Senior Elder Han's coffin lid suddenly flew toward Bai Shui. Bai Shui's expression changed. She immediately used her great sage cultivation level to block the attack, a vortex forming in front of her arms. This was another domain that Bai Shui had cultivated. It could swallow many types of energy, dissolving the enemy's attack. But the power contained within the coffin lid was too great. The vortex only had time to swallow a hole in the coffin lid before it was destroyed by the coffin lid. The coffin lid did not slow down, heading straight for Bai Shui's chest. Even if this attack did not destroy her body and soul, it would still shatter her body. At that critical moment, two strange roars could be heard. A black light flashed in front of Bai Shui, and a black ring appeared. Two great sage elders appeared from within the ring. They immediately joined forces to block the coffin lid. Rumble! The majestic power within the coffin's lid pushed the two great saints back. Bai Shui was stunned, but she quickly joined in, her great sage power striking out. The three great sages worked together to finally block the coffin lid. The two forces collided within the coffin lid, shattering it into pieces. These two were the great sages of the Sword Saint clan that Su Yu had captured back at the Blood Mountain. He had refined them into the slave ring, so he only needed to activate it to order them around. Su Yu, who was watching from the sidelines, slowly narrowed his eyes as he looked at the open coffin. Two great sages from the famed Sword Clan and White Snow had barely been able to block the coffin lid. This eminent Elder Han's strength had far exceeded their expectations. From the looks of it, they were about to enter the ranks of the 10,000 saints, a great sage of the famed Sword Sacred Tribe. Someone slowly sat up from the coffin. Unlike the dried corpses in the other coffins, what sat up in this coffin was actually a skeleton without flesh and blood. Seeing it, White Snow's eyes flashed, her face full of surprise. She knew that the elders were all cultivating a kind of immortal evil technique, causing their bodies to be neither human nor ghost. However, it was unheard of for Grand Elder Han to have turned into a skeleton. How sad. Back then, someone who could exchange 1 or 2 blows with me has become someone else's slave. Senior Elder Han sighed. The two great sages of the famed Sword Saint tribe stared at eminent Elder Han for a while before remembering him. Could you be Han Duanzu? Lao Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. The fourth was also shocked. How could this be? You fought with the evil son of heaven a few eras ago. You were struck by his evil technique and should have died. It sounded like Han Duanzu had fought with the heavenly sons before. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Han Duanzu stood up, the bones in his body cracking. A pair of golden eyes appeared in his eye sockets. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Suyu. Do you think that you can do whatever you want in the Heavenly Law Alliance just because you have a few Tao artifacts and a great sage? You are still too naive. If the Heavenly Law Alliance only had this much ability, how could they have expanded their influence to every corner of the world? They must have had an unparalleled fighter who could strike fear into the hearts of all the heroes. In the past, it had been the Great Elder. Now, it was Eminent Elder Han. Destroy your own Tao body, and your soul will leave, Han Duanzu said. As for White Snow, her soul will be destroyed. He ordered, announcing the fate of the two of them. The fourth and fifth brothers stood in front of Suyu, protecting him. The latter's face was pale, and he hurriedly said, Master, destroy your Tao body. Don't get into conflict with Han Duanzu. Many eras ago, he was a super almighty who could dominate a region. There were few who could rival him under the heavenly suns. I had thought that he was dead, but he actually lived for so many eras. I can't even imagine how strong he has become. The fourth brother also said in a low voice, Master, now is not the time to be loyal. That Han Duanzu really cannot be provoked. Su Yu's expression was calm, and he was not afraid. Is that so? I can't be provoked, but I want to try. He might be able to destroy his Tao body. However, he could not give up on his friends and live by himself. Master, don't. The fourth and fifth brothers tried to dissuade him, but Su Yu had already thrown caution to the wind. With a grasp of his palm, the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations appeared in his palm. Number 4 and number 5 shuddered with fear. It was precisely this sickle that had annihilated their black ape. But the two of them were not optimistic. The great sickle of 10,000 calamity was powerful, but it was useless against Han Duanzu. Do you want to spar with me? Han Duanzu asked, his hands clasped behind his back. Vague words came from the skeleton's mouth. He calmly looked at Suyu. Fine, I'll give you a chance on account of your courage. I'll let you have 3 moves. If you can hurt me even a little, I'll let you and Bai Shui live, Han Duanzu calmly said. What? Bai Shui's pupils shrank. She knew that Elder Han was powerful, but she could not guess exactly how powerful he was. For many years, both the Great Elder and Elder Han had secluded themselves in their coffins. All orders were passed through the coffins, and they rarely showed their faces, much less displayed their abilities. Hearing this, Bai Shui felt an inexplicable fear. She had once reported the situation at Shueshan to Han Duanzu, so he knew how powerful Suyu was. But even so, Han Duanzu still dared to say he would let Suyu have 3 moves. Suyu's eyes narrowed. Han Duanzu seemed extremely confident in his own abilities. His eyes flashed, and he activated the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. A giant net descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Han Duanzu. The terrifying giant net could cut through everything in the world. Even something as hard as the Heavenly Law Alliance's treasured Tao artifact could not escape. But when it landed on Han Duanzu's body, the giant net could not hurt him in the slightest. No matter how the giant net contracted, no matter how tightly it tightened, it could not even leave a mark. Han Duanzu's body shook, and the giant net disappeared without a trace. He calmly looked at Suyu, raising 2 fingers. 2 more moves. Chapter 30:20. Clang! From the sword hilt on his back, a sharp sword filled with peerless killing intent flew out with a clang. It was the absolute heaven sword that had not been used in a long time. This sword was so powerful that it could kill great saints as if they were vegetables. Break! With the absolute heaven sword's attack, the heavens and earth darkened, the air in all directions raging. With them at the center, the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. The mountains, rivers, grass, and trees all burned violently. The rushing river was also boiling. Just the shock waves were enough to burn the skies and boil the seas, destroying everything in the world. It was truly worthy of being called the world's most ferocious sword. Ding! However, the ever-victorious absolute heaven sword froze 3 feet away from Han Duanzu's body. A layer of airflow blocked the absolute heaven sword, preventing it from piercing any further. Han Duanzu calmly said, "It is a good sword, but the person using it is too weak." As someone who had lived for many eras and had even participated in the attack on the Holy Mountain, he had seen countless peerless weapons. Although the absolute heaven sword was strong, comparable to a top-notch Tao artifact, its wielder did not have the corresponding ability. It was just an ordinary sword. Su Yu's expression finally changed, and he retreated. The absolute heaven sword could not harm him in the slightest. More accurately, it could not even get close to him. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped his heart. Bai Shui gasped. She had personally witnessed the birth of the absolute heaven sword, its destruction of the world, and how it had killed the great saints of the Sword Saint clan. But none of that had caused the slightest bit of harm to Han Duanzu. Han Duanzu's ability had completely exceeded Bai Shui's expectations. Originally, she had thought that old monsters like the Great Elder and Han Duanzu had only lived longer than her. In terms of ability, they would not be much stronger than her, who was also a great saint. But who knew that after displaying his true ability, Bai Shui would realize that she was as petty as an ant in front of them. If Han Duanzu wanted to, he could kill her with a finger. One more move. Han Duanzu extended a finger. After one move, it would be time for him to strike. At that time, be it Su Yu, Bai Shui, or even Shang Ge, they would not be able to escape death. The last move, even his trump card, the absolute heaven sword, had to be used. What other moves did Su Yu have? There shouldn't be any more. Bai Shui's heart was in a mess. Her eyes flickered with determination, and she took a step forward. "I'm willing to take my own life, but please don't harm my friends." As he spoke, he took out a sharp blade and placed it against his neck. Han Duanzu was as cold as ever. He said, "That was just now. Now, you will either die or wound me within 3 moves. There is no other choice." Bai Shui's heart instantly turned cold, as if she had fallen into an ice house. If that was the case, Su Yu would surely die. Her eyes were filled with remorse. It was her who had implicated Su Yu. She probably shouldn't have brought Su Yu back to the Heavenly Law Alliance. If she hadn't done so, Su Yu wouldn't have ended up in such a precarious situation. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and she looked like she was about to cry. However, a warm and powerful hand landed on her shoulder. "You still have one more move. Why should you give up until the end?" Su Yu consoled her. Bai Shui turned her head, smiling bitterly. Based on her understanding of Su Yu, he did not have any more tricks up his sleeves. Su Yu was expressionless. He pulled her behind him and calmly looked at Han Duanzu. "Then, have a taste of my last move." He was still holding the great scythe of 10,000 calamity in his hand, slowly raising it. Han Duanzu coldly said, "You are wasting the opportunity one have given you." Su Yu had already used this move. Its power was not as great as the absolute heaven sword, and it could not cause any harm to him. You will know whether it is a waste or not when you try. Su Yu imbued energy into the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. But what he imbued was not the power of a middle-stage heavenly lawmaster, but the power of chaos. Mo Heng had once said that the great scythe of 10,000 calamity should have an 11th head. That was the manifestation of the Tao Tai's domain, and it was the strongest head. But because the refinement had not been complete, that head could not appear. After being refined by Mo Heng, the 11th head could already be fully manifested. It just needed to be imbued with the power of chaos. The purer and more powerful the power of chaos, the more complete and powerful the 11th head would be. The power of chaos? Han Duanzu's expressionless face finally showed a hint of surprise. The power of chaos belonged to only one group of people, the Son of Heaven and his descendants. Could the black-robed man before him be? While he was puzzled, Suyu had already fully activated the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. All the power of chaos in his body was imbued into it, and the pale, white, great scythe of 10,000 calamity turned golden. And in the center of the 10 golden heads, a head made of golden light was slowly condensing. This head was neither golden nor white. It was blood red. What was even more bizarre was that it was alive. Its neck seemed to have grown out of the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. Even as Suyu held the handle of the great scythe of 10,000 calamity, he could hear the sound of a heartbeat coming from the handle, as well as the pulsation of the flow of energy channels. At the same time, there was a warm feeling coming from the palm of his hand. Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that he was not holding a primordial artifact, but a living Tao Tai. Hiss! The blood-red head was not fully formed, and only half of its face was formed. Its already ferocious appearance was now even more terrifying. On half of its face, one eye was closed, and only its mouth was slowly opening, uttering indecipherable syllables. The syllables were like heavy hammers, causing the hearts of those present to tremble violently, and fear rose from the depths of their souls. It was as if they were facing an existence that naturally ruled over them. What is that? Several elders gasped, staring at the blood-red skull in horror. Even Han Duanzu quickly put down his hands that had been placed behind his back, and his whole person began to be on guard. Who? Awaken me! Gradually, the syllables coming out of the mouth became clearer, and it was obviously a question. As if it had sensed something, the blood-red head slowly turned its head to face Suyu. Suyu's eyes met with the tightly closed eye, and he could not help but be frightened. What made him even more uneasy was that the Tao Tai's eye sealed between his brows was squirming excitedly, trying its best to break through Suyu's shackles. It was as if it had found its true host. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be, as expected? The blood-red head's eye opened slowly, and a silver-white, emotionless, indifferent eyeball suddenly appeared. Creak! The moment the eye opened, the dusky world turned completely dark. Many of the stars hidden in the starry sky seemed to have lost their brilliance in fear, as if they were afraid of being discovered. The mountains, rivers, and earth were all dimmed. The great sickle of 10,000 tribulations appeared, and thumb-sized black particles began to appear. What is this? An elder tried to touch it with his finger. However, Han Duanzu shouted sternly, "Get out of my way! Don't touch it!" The black particles landed on the ground, and with the particles as the center, everything within 100 miles disappeared. Chapter 30:21. All of this had happened because the blood-colored skeleton had only opened one eye, and it had already caused an earth-shattering commotion. The Tao Jie's ancestor? Han Duanzu exclaimed in shock. Obviously, he who was older than Rin Zhu recognized the origin of the blood-colored skeleton. Senior Elder Han, which Tao Jie's ancestor are you referring to? Several of the elders retreated slightly. Tao Tai was an existence that had disappeared for many eras. The last time a Tao Tai had appeared was at the beginning of an era, but it had been besieged by many parties and its whereabouts were unknown. Some people called it the Tao Jie's ancestor because it had lived for a very long time and was qualified to be called an ancestor. However, the Tao Jie's ancestor that Senior Elder Han spoke of had not only lived for a very long time. Han Duanzu slowly retreated, his expression extremely grave. I am referring to the first Tao Tai in the world. Hiss! The elders gasped, their expressions aghast. The first Tao Tai in the world? That was a legendary existence, powerful enough to threaten the orders of the Saint Mountain's emperor. Legend had it that the Tao Tai was a creature that had appeared when Taichu was created, the same age as Taichu. Are you ready? Suyu raised the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. Han Duanzu's eyelids twitched, and he said in a low voice, "Sir, let's stop here." "You can leave. I will not stop you." Su Yu shook his head. "There is no other choice." Just as Han Duanzu had said, they could either die or hurt Han Duanzu. Everything was his own choice. Whoosh! The great scythe of 10,000 calamity fell silently. The eyes of the blood-colored skull stared straight at Han Duanzu. There was no ripple or explosion of energy, but the lower half of Han Duanzu's body had disappeared into thin air. He had only been glanced at by the blood-colored skeleton. Hiss! Han Duanzu let out a heart-wrenching sound. Although he retreated quickly and recovered his body with the help of several elders, the pain did not disappear. His body trembled slightly, his face contorted. He squatted on the ground, gritted his teeth, and groaned in a low voice, enduring the extreme pain. Su Yu held the great scythe of 10,000 calamity and said indifferently, "It seems you were not merely injured." Grand Elder Han endured the pain and said with difficulty, "Who are you?" Su Yu chuckled. Was he a fool? Why would he announce his name? "Let's go," Su Yu said calmly, with the elders surrounding them, who would dare to stop them. Looking at the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations in Su Yu's hand, their scalps went numb. Even someone as powerful as Elder Han was injured to this extent. If they tried to stop him, they would probably be destroyed in both body and soul. Hence, without anyone stopping them, Su Yu and the two women successfully passed through the lake barrier. At this moment, an intense cyan light appeared in the area that the barrier was monitoring. Even the lake barrier itself began to shake violently. Grand Elder Han's eyes narrowed as he realized something. He murmured, "No wonder. So she's the clone of Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower that barged in." What? The elders jumped in fright. The black-robed man they were intercepting was that Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower's avatar? This discovery caused them to gasp in unison. Chills ran down their spines, and they secretly rejoiced that they had just escaped from the gates of hell. At that time, outside the Heavenly Law Alliance, Su Yu used the space domain to traverse a large area. In just 2 hours, he had left the Heavenly Law Realm and arrived in an unfamiliar territory. Phew! We are completely safe. Bai Shui heaved a sigh of relief. She had been on tenterhooks the entire time, afraid that the people of the Heavenly Law Alliance would not let them go. Now they were safe. Xing Gu curled her lips, her gaze fixed on the great scythe of 10,000 calamity in Su Yu's hands. She said enviously, "Master has really obtained an incredible divine weapon." Clang! Suddenly, Su Yu's grip on the great scythe of 10,000 calamity suddenly loosened. The great scythe of 10,000 calamity silently fell toward Shengge. She laughed and grabbed it. "What? Are you going to give it to me?" But suddenly, Shengge realized that something was wrong. Su Yu's body was trembling and swaying, as if he was about to faint at any moment. Bai Shui reacted quickly, immediately supporting him. "Not good. My body is severely exhausted." As she supported him, Bai Shui realized something was wrong. She pulled up Su Yu's sleeve, and a shocking scene appeared before her eyes. The skin above his wrist was completely black, as if it had been injured by some terrifying air current. His entire body, other than the exposed skin, was completely rotten and black, showing signs of severe burns. At the same time, Shenggu suddenly let out a scream, throwing away the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. She hurriedly pulled up her sleeve, only to see that there were also large burn marks on her arm. But it was far less severe than Su Yu's. Bai Shui instantly understood that summoning the blood-colored head was not without cost. While it injured the enemy, the shockwave it produced would harm the person wielding the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. Su Yu had been holding on, enduring the intense pain, and did not show any signs of discomfort. Otherwise, if his expression changed, he would definitely be discovered by the few old monsters. Then they could forget about leaving the Heavenly Law Alliance. Su Yu! Bai Shui's heart ached, and she tried to treat Su Yu's injuries. But Su Yu waved his hands with difficulty. Don't worry about me. Leave immediately and find a safe place to hide. That Elder Han will not let this go. They had not chased after him because Elder Han was severely injured and had yet to recover. Soon they would catch up. All right, bear with it. Bai Shue's heart ached as she supported Su Yu and quickly left. Xinggu threw the great scythe of 10,000 calamity into Su Yu's space storage, then clapped her hands. You guys go first. I'll make some arrangements to delay them. She closed her eyes, her body surging with ghost energy and Buddhist energy. The two opposing forces intertwined, forming a domain that covered a radius of billions of miles. Once she was ready, she left and chased after Su Yu and the rest. The three of them fled for their lives. Once they reached the outskirts of Tianyuan Cave, they would be one realm away from the core of the Heavenly Law Alliance. They would only be truly safe once they reached the outskirts. The Heavenly Law Alliance controls most of the power in Tianyuan Cave. We should try not to interact with anyone to avoid being reported. Bai Shui was very familiar with the Heavenly Law Alliance. Follow me. This realm is called the Celestial Remnant Realm. I know a place where there is a hidden gap in the border barrier. We can leave from there. The borders of Tianyuan Cave had a giant barrier that detected the entry and exit of living beings. Once they passed through it, the Heavenly Law Alliance headquarters would be notified by the elders. Xinggu laughed. Don't worry, it's still early. They haven't even reached the illusionary realm I set up. Chapter 3022. Bai Shui agreed. Don't worry, it won't delay our journey. The gap is only half a day's journey from here. Su Yu shook his head. No. If I'm not wrong, that place is not safe. It shouldn't be, Bai Shui said. That place is very well hidden. Senior Elder Han and the rest would never guess that we could leave the Heavenly Law Realm so easily. But looking at Su Yu's deep eyes, she couldn't help but waver. All right, what do you think we should do? Su Yu opened his mouth, mouthing a solution. Bai Shui nodded, her eyes suddenly brightening. The three of them hurried on without stopping, finally arriving at the border of the Heavenly Law Realm half a day later. They could see a giant gray net at the border. No matter if they walked or flew, they couldn't avoid it. That was the defensive barrier of the Heavenly Law Realm. It had been continuously strengthened since the first Heavenly Law Alliance Master. After more than a dozen eras, it had finally become a giant net capable of both offense and defense. Its toughness was enough to withstand the combined attacks of 10 great saints. It could be said that no one could break through it. Furthermore, if one tried to forcefully attack it, the energy stored within the giant net for more than a dozen eras would immediately be mobilized to destroy the intruder. Its power was extremely terrifying. But not far away, under the cover of a mountain, a corner of the giant net was extremely dim, flickering constantly. It flickered and disappeared at times. Su Yu and the other two squatted in the grass, silently observing their surroundings. Bai Shui said, "Do you see it? It's there. For some reason, the damage to this place has never been repaired. The gap exists for 3 breaths, then disappears for a cup of tea's time, then reappears for another 3 breaths. So, as long as we take advantage of the moment the gap appears, we can successfully leave." Xinggu looked around cautiously. Those old monsters should need at least half a day to catch up. The illusion she had left behind had only been activated a few hours ago. Even a great sage would need at least half a day to get to the illusory realm from where they were. Hence, they had plenty of time. "That's good," Bai Shui said. "Let's hurry over, lest something bad happens." Su Yu and Xinggu had no objections. They dashed to the gap. The barrier at the gap was weakening. When it weakened to its limit, the gap would appear. They would have 3 breaths' time, enough for them to leave. Time ticked by. After half a cup of tea's time, the barrier finally weakened to the extreme, and a gap appeared. "Let's go." Bai Shui supported Su Yu and was about to fly over. However, at this moment, a snow-white brush fell from the sky and stuck itself in front of the gap, blocking their way. A powerful shockwave pushed Bai Shui and the others back. Bai Shui looked up and saw a person standing on top of the brush. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Grand Elder Zhao?" The one who had come was precisely Elder Zhao, who they thought would not be able to catch up to them. Senior Elder Zhao looked at them coldly. When he saw that Su Yu was heavily injured and needed someone to support him, his expression became even colder. "Do you think that we, the elders, do not know that there is a gap here?" What the Alliance Master knew, the Grand Elder might know as well. This gap has existed since the last great era. It didn't appear when you became the Alliance Lord. Senior Elder Zhao spoke of something that made White Snow's heart go cold. Just as Su Yu had expected, the gap was definitely not a safe place. Xingji's beautiful face turned pale as she said, "How is that possible? Shouldn't you still be in the illusion?" Senior Elder Zhao had a mocking expression. "Little girl, do you think you can fool us with this little trick? We're just going with the flow, making you think that we are still there and have not caught up to you." It turned out that they had discovered the illusion long ago, but had not touched it because they had not reached the location of the illusion. In reality, they had already caught up to Su Yu and the others. It was only when they were about to reach the gap that they ordered the people left in the illusion to touch it, making Shunga think that they were still in the illusion. After all, they were old monsters who had lived for countless years. In this world, there were not many schemes that could escape their eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 4 strong figures appeared from all directions. One of them stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was the suffocatingly powerful Han Duanzu. His injuries had been completely healed. At this moment, he was just a skeleton. He stared at Su Yu with his deep eye sockets and said, "I knew that with your cultivation, you wouldn't be able to withstand the gaze of the Taotai ancestor." Injuring 1,000 enemies means suffering 800 casualties. This principle has never been broken. The other 3 elders secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They had been worried that Su Yu would have the strength to fight. Now they could finally relax. That sickle is a peerless, ferocious object. It is better for the Heavenly Law Alliance to protect it so that it does not harm the common people. Han Duanzu took a step forward. He had not attacked, but the heavens and earth had already shattered. The huge barrier shook rapidly. The sun, moon, and stars rotated chaotically, and the 4 seasons appeared at the same time. It was so powerful that it affected everything in time. Puff, Bai Shui, and Shunga could not withstand the power of the kick. They both spat out blood, their expressions pained. Su Yu, who was seriously injured, fainted on the spot. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Han Duanzu shook his head. After all, Bayan is a Bayan. It cannot shake a large tree. He flew down, and Bai Shui and Shungu immediately felt the immense pressure. They fell unconscious, bleeding from their orifices. Just his arrival had suppressed them all to the ground. This was Han Duanzu's power. He grabbed at the air, about to grab the sword case on Su Yu's back and his space storage device. However, this grab actually missed. Han Duanzu creased his brows, then narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. Under his gaze, faintly discernible cracks began to appear in the surroundings, as if something invisible was shattering. Crack, like a mirror breaking, a crisp sound could be heard all around. Countless fissures completely exploded. Illusion. Han Duanzu was slightly surprised. He immediately looked at the 3 unconscious people on the ground, his eyes flickering. Those 3 people were also covered in cracks. Finally, when all the cracks fell, the original world was revealed. The 3 of them dissipated into fluorescent light, leaving behind only a few energy stones that maintained the illusion. What? It's actually an illusion. The other 4 elders were shocked. They had never expected that what awaited them was not the 3 people, but an illusion. This was enough to show that they had realized that this place was not safe and had no intention of leaving. They had even left behind an illusion to delay them. We have underestimated them, Han Duanzu said indifferently. Among them, there is a very vigilant person. Elder Zhao said in a low voice, "The most important thing now is to find out where they are headed." Just as he finished speaking, a voice transmission sounded from their bodies at the same time. Opening it to take a look, it was the border entrance closest to this place that had been attacked by unknown people. "It's a diversion. We've been tricked. Let's go," Han Duanzu said decisively. It turned out that this group of people had purposely lured them here. In reality, they had attacked an entrance and left at about 9 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 30:23. Truly crafty enough, even we fell for it. A senior elder laughed angrily. They were all old monsters who had lived for several epochs. Yet there was actually a time when they could reach the Tao. However, they are daydreaming if they want to leave. If the entrance is that easy to break through, then what is the point of the barrier's existence? Another senior elder said, "We need to end this battle quickly. Since she is a part of Mirrorflower Heaven's body, we cannot let her leave the Heavenly Law Union alive. Otherwise, what awaits us is a calamity." It turned out that when they found out that Su Yu, whom they were fighting, was the clone of Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower, they had indeed panicked. After that, she calmed down and became even more determined to keep Su Yu. Swish, 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 they turned into streams of light and rushed to the entrance where the battle was taking place. A fierce battle was taking place in the small city at the entrance. On one side were the various Tao artifacts and magical treasures of the Heavenly Law Alliance's strong martial artists, while on the other side were the intense attacks of Su Yu by Shui and Shengge. The battle between the two sides was unprecedentedly intense. Fortunately, the city's defense was astonishing, and Su Yu and the other two didn't succeed. They were blocked outside the city and couldn't even get close to the exit. Han Duanzu stared at Su Yu's battle shadow, and his eyes turned serious. He did not dare to be careless anymore. He made a grabbing motion, and a gourd appeared in his palm. This was a Tao artifact that he had refined for several epochs. Its power was not inferior to the Heavenly Law Alliance's Tao artifact. "I won't let you get away this time." Han Duanzu activated the gourd, and a mass of silver-gray mist appeared from within. The mist transformed into a huge mouth, howling as it pounced forward, instantly devouring everything within 10,000 miles of the city, including Su Yu and the other two. Upon being engulfed, Su Yu and the other two tried their best to resist. Each of them displayed their domains, doctrine artifacts, and other weapons in an attempt to break through the silver-gray fog. Han Duanzu shook his head slightly. "Don't waste your time. Once you enter my silver sand, mist of the way, don't even think about coming out alive." Even as he said that, Han Duanzu was still performing hand seals, causing the silver sand mist to erupt with even greater power. He still had lingering fears about the power of the Scythe of 10,000 Calamity, and he definitely didn't want to experience it again. However, to Han Duanzu's surprise, the silver sand Tao mist continued to erode their bodies until they were obliterated. Su Yu did not use the dangerous Great Sickle of 10,000 Tribulations. Sensing that the life force within had disappeared, Han Duanzu waved his sleeve, and the silver sand mist all flew back into the gourd. The ground returned to its original state, but there wasn't even a shadow of Su Yu and the other two people on the ground. There was only a fluttering, fluorescent light. Han Duanzu made a grabbing motion, and the fluorescent light flew into his palm. His expression was ugly. This is the realm of the soul. One thought becomes real. Several doyens rushed over and said in shock, "These three people are also fake." "The gap is fake, and this place is also fake." "Then where are they?" A senior elder was a bit at a loss. He didn't really understand why Su Yu and the others had created illusions and soul substitutes in these two places. Han Duanzu clenched his fist hard and crushed all the fluorescent light. His eyes were extremely gloomy. "They are at the gap. They should have left by now. The gap in the distance." 3 figures suddenly appeared nearby. It was Su Yu, Bai Shui, and Shen Ge. Looking at the traces of battle here, Bai Shui's gaze toward Su Yu had completely changed. A series of tricks, toying with the Heavenly Law Alliance's doyens in the palm of their hands. It turned out that Su Yu had not given up on the option of staying at the Gap. Instead, he had planned to lure them away. But a normal diversion would definitely be seen through by the vigilant doyens. But a series of luring was not the case. The fact that the Heavenly Law Alliance's doyens had been lured away was the best proof. Now, they were fighting one thought becomes real at the entrance and could not stop Su Yu and the others from leaving. The 3 of them waited for a moment, and when the Gap appeared, they immediately left. Returning to the outside world, Bai Shui was filled with guilt. She looked back at the Heavenly Law Alliance, clenching her teeth. One day I will return. After saying this, she broke through the air and left. By the time Han Duanzu and the others arrived, it was already several hours later. Su Yu and the others had already escaped without a trace. Doyen Han, prepare yourself, one of the doyens said. The holy mountain might be raging. Han Duanzu's expression was grave. It looks like we can only head there. The other 4 doyens looked at each other, seeing the resistance and helplessness in each other's eyes. At the same time, at the border of the 10,000 Supremes cave, Su Yu sat cross-legged in a pavilion. His entire body was evaporating waves of black energy, and his injuries were healing quickly. After a long time, his skin returned to its normal color, and he felt much more relaxed. I was lucky this time. First the absolute heaven sword, then the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. One drained him of his energy, and the other injured him, resulting in serious injuries and loss of his ability to fight. Luckily, Bai Shui knew of a shortcut to escape. Otherwise, she would have died at the Heavenly Law Alliance. After resting, Su Yu and the 2 women set off for the Heavenly Law prison. A few days after they left, an eerie, blurry shadow appeared in the pavilion. The other party had ghastly claws, and under the rotting cloak, a ferocious body was faintly discernible. 2 flickering, ghostly eyes stared at the stone that Shungo had once made. That little demon was here before. She was none other than the archenemy of Shungo from a faction in the Ghost Cave. After a few months, she had finally chased her to the 10,000 Supremes cave. Haha, do you think you can escape? The ghostly shadow laughed sinisterly, turning into a cloud of smoke and dissipating. 2 months later, after a long and arduous journey, they finally arrived at the Heavenly Law Prison's Tianzi Cave. The Tianzi Cave was the most central cave among the 10 caves under Tianzi Jinghua's rule. It was the most prosperous. As soon as they entered the border, they could see factions everywhere. In the 10,000 Supremes cave, only some spirit veins had factions, but the Tianzi Cave was everywhere. That was because there were abundant spirit veins everywhere in the Tianzi Cave. Repairing the Heavenly Law Prison is a long process. You'd better be prepared before entering, Bai Shui said. It's filled with a powerful suppressive force. If you stay there for too long, you'll easily lose your mind. So, it's best to buy enough psychotropic drugs before entering. Psychotropic drugs were not common and were rarely sold. There is a place in the Tianzi Cave that you must be very familiar with. Bai Shui seemed to be smiling. Where? The Soul Saint Clan. Su Yu was shocked. The Soul Saint Clan? He had once wondered how the 8 great domains, saint clans of the 9-star civilizations were related to the 8 great masters of the 8-star civilizations. He had not expected to cross paths with the Soul Saint Clan so quickly. The Soul Saint Clan is the only faction in the 9-star civilizations that can produce psychotropic drugs, Bai Shui said. Su Yu muttered to himself. To be honest, he also wanted to know more about the Soul Saint Clan. He did not know if they had left behind any soul ancestral techniques. I'm not in good shape. I'll update at 8 tomorrow morning. Chapter 3024. The ancestral techniques of the 8 domains on the returning ruined divine steel had all been taken away by the 9th domain, not leaving a single trace behind. This caused his domain cultivation to be severely restricted. The sacred soul race had been passed down since ancient times, so they should have preserved the ancestral arts left behind by their ancestors. However, for an outsider like Su Yu to want to study their ancestral techniques was no different from a fool's dream. It just so happens that the Heavenly Law Prison is not far from the Soul's sacred tribe. It's on the way, so it won't take up too much time, Bai Shui explained. Su Yu nodded, displayed the space domain, and quickly disappeared. The Emperor's cave was enormous, 3 times the size of the 10,000 Supremes' cave. Su Yu had to travel for a month before he finally reached the center of the Emperor's cave. The closer it was to the center, the more prosperous the Son of Heaven cave became. Some holy clan members that were not commonly seen in other caves could be found everywhere here. In fact, there weren't even any aristocratic families in the center of the Heaven's abode. Instead, all of them were sacred race, level forces. In the middle of it, there was an incomparably majestic statue of a stone man. Its height was immeasurable, and it pierced through the clouds. The statue was so beautiful that no one in the world could compare to it. It was the legendary Mirrorflower Heavenly Prince. Bang bang! Su Yu's Emperor's heart suddenly throbbed, as if it had been summoned by something. It wanted to leave Su Yu's body and return to its original body. He was slightly startled and immediately pressed on his heart, asking in a low voice, "What's with that statue?" White Snow stared at the statue in awe and murmured, "Of course it's the suppression statue that Mirrorflower Heaven Emperor left in the 9-star civilization. It contains a sliver of her consciousness to monitor the Heaven Emperor Cave. It's said that if a rebel appears, the statue will come to life and destroy the enemy. Consciousness." Su Yu felt his heart beating faster and faster, and wisps of chaotic energy were flowing uncontrollably on the surface of his body. Seeing that something was about to go wrong, Su Yu gently pressed the divine monument of the returning ruins on his chest. A gentle ray of light shone toward Su Yu's heart, causing his uncontrollable heart to gradually calm down. He heaved a sigh of relief, but when he looked at the statue, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "Do you see the White Palace in front of the statue? That's the Soul Saint clan." Bai Shui had been here before, so she was familiar with the place. Su Yu nodded, then muttered, "The 2 of you should find a safe place to rest for the time being. I will be fine by myself." He couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any conflict if he met with the Sacred Souls tribe. Therefore, it was better for him to be alone. "All right, be careful. I heard the Soul Saints aren't easy to deal with," Bai Shui warned. Su Yu nodded and went to the mansion of the Sacred Soul clan. His heart stirred, and he took out the Soul Emperor robe on his soul. He also restrained his soul domain to the point of disdain. The former was a soul defense Dao tool that the Soul Dominator had once given him. It was best not to let the Soul Sacred Tribe discover it to avoid unnecessary trouble. "What are you doing here?" asked a neatly dressed butler indifferently. Su Yu cupped his fists. "I want to buy some secret mental medicine to use in the Heavenly Law Prison," the butler interrupted him coldly. "We don't care what you do, as long as you have enough resources." "How much is a portion of the secret spirit elixir?" Su Yu asked. The butler said, 10 billion soul stones. 10 billion? A portion of the secret mental medicine could only be used for a day in the Heavenly Law Prison, but Su Yu would need at least a month in the Heavenly Law Prison. Didn't that mean he would have to spend at least 300 billion soul stones? Who could afford to consume such a huge amount of soul stones? "I'll buy a bottle first," Su Yu said. The butler nodded. "Okay, check whether you have enough resources first." Su Yu had no objection. He took out a space storage device with more than 10 billion resources. After the butler checked it, his face became a little better. "It's done, come in." He led Su Yu in and said as he walked, "The The soul-sacred tribe is a holy land. Don't look around, listen to, and don't walk around. If something goes wrong, no one can save you, understand? I understand. Su Yu stepped into the soul-sacred tribe expressionlessly. Suddenly, he felt like someone was watching him from the soul. It must be the strong men of the soul-sacred tribe who had begun to monitor his every move. Su Yu did not act rashly. Instead, he pretended that he didn't know anything and followed the butler to a blurry side hall. It wasn't that the side hall was really blurry, but that people's minds were affected. "Sir, a guest has arrived." The butler stood respectfully in front of the side hall. This side hall was a place where the soul-sacred tribe specialized in refining secret medicine, and it was managed by a direct descendant of the tribe. After waiting for a long time, there was no reply. The butler continued, "Sir, a guest has arrived." Finally, a voice came from inside the hall, but it wasn't the so-called young master's voice. It was several maids screaming at the top of their lungs. "Ah, sir, if you don't want it, I don't want it. Go ahead and scream. Even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will pay attention to you." Su Yu furrowed his brows as he listened to them. How could they rape women in broad daylight? The butler sighed helplessly. "Sir, there is a guest. Don't let others misunderstand." As he spoke, he made a grabbing motion with his palm. The blurry mist outside the hall dissipated, revealing the real situation inside the hall. A young man with disheveled hair and a foul stench was happily holding a black and swarthy elixir and stuffing it into the mouth of a female elixir apprentice. The latter begged in panic, but the young man was unmoved. He chuckled and said, "Come on, this is my newest beauty elixir. After eating it, I guarantee that your skin will be smooth, and your face will be as clear as the autumn waters. You will be even more beautiful than Jinghua Tianzi. Come on, be good and eat it." The female elixir apprentice covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously. "You said the same thing last time, but what happened in the end?" The young man spread out his hands and said, "In the end, you really became beautiful beyond compare. I'm not wrong, am I?" The female elixir apprentice's eyes were filled with lingering fear. She said hatefully, "Your upper body is beautiful beyond compare, but your lower body has become a pig." The young man was embarrassed. He then said shamelessly, "Young man, why are you so calculative? Just ignore these small things. Don't worry after I worked tirelessly for getting to eat and sleep and improving it day and night. This beauty elixir has become perfect. Try it again." The young man tried to pry open the female elixir apprentice's mouth. The latter resisted with all her might. She said, "I believe you did it day and night, because you only used one day. Give this beauty elixir to your wife. I don't want to eat it. I won't eat it even if I have to die." Su Yu saw this, and blue veins popped on his forehead. What is going on?" The butler smiled awkwardly and said, "Dear customer, please don't be offended. My young master doesn't have any other interests, but he likes to make all kinds of secret medicines. Occasionally, he will capture people to test his elixirs. It's okay. Hearing this, the young man realized that the butler was present. His eyes lit up, and he let go of the elixir apprentice. He did not dare to come over. "Hey, butler, you came at the right time. I made a brand new, unrivaled Great Desolation elixir, which can make you look young and handsome again. I will give this great opportunity to you." Didn't he just say that this was a beauty elixir? How did it turn into a Great Desolation elixir? The butler was so scared that his face turned pale. He took to his heels and ran away. "Sir, I still have to look after the house. She is a customer, so please bear with her." Because he was running too fast, he accidentally fell on the ground and fell flat on his face. However, he could not care less about his image. He got up and ran away, stumbling, afraid that the young man would catch up with him. Su Yu's mouth twitched. Didn't the butler say that it was okay? Chapter 30:25. Sigh. This old man is getting more and more confused. He's talking incoherently and acting like a lunatic. The young man sighed. I need to find an opportunity for him to retire and return to his hometown. Su Yu was exasperated. Hey, you're the one acting crazy, okay? Taking out an elixir that you're not even sure about and asking someone else to try it? No normal person would try it. Moreover, it had caused some bad consequences. Hey, are you a customer? The young man looked at Su Yu. Su Yu could not help but take 2 steps back. He said seriously, yes, I'm here to buy. Since you're a customer, I'll introduce you to the Soul Saint clan's specialty divine medicine, the Universal Great Sage Elixir. The young man did not give up and introduced the irregular black elixir. Su Yu had the urge to beat someone up, something he had not felt in a long time. I remember you just said it was the Beauty Elixir and the Great Desolation Elixir. Now, there's the Universal Great Sage Elixir? The young man coughed. The details are not important. All you need to know is that after eating this elixir, you can become a great saint in 1 step. Yes, it really is a great saint. I, Ling Huyang, never lie. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The clear sky was suddenly filled with 5 colorful thunderbolts, flashing around Ling Huyang. The explosions sent the ground flying and smoke billowing. A scorching aura filled the surroundings. Even the heavens could not stand it and punished this guy who spoke without thinking. Ling Huyang scratched his head awkwardly and said shamelessly, Hahasi, even the heavenly thunder is praising my universal great sage elixir. What reason do you have not to eat it? Boom, boom. Another ball of electric current exploded crazily, and Ling Huyang's clothes were burnt to a crisp. Even his hair was curled up, giving off an unpleasant smell of burnt flesh. His face was black, but he held the elixir tightly in his hand. He looked like a beggar. Whoosh! He spat out a cloud of smoke and said, Am I right? Even the heavenly thunder is praising it. Why don't you? Su Yu quickly waved his hand and interrupted him. He said, seriously, stop talking. I still want to buy the secret elixir. If he continued talking, the heavenly thunder might really strike him to death. Where would he buy the secret elixir then? Sigh. Ling Huyang gazed at the pill and put it away with a solemn and stirring expression on his face. Then he faced upwards and heaved a long sigh. People say that I'm too crazy, and I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. Why doesn't anyone understand my loneliness? Ling Huyang wrung his hands and said in a pitiful manner. A tear of loneliness slid down from the corner of his eye. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched, and he said expressionlessly, I need a bottle of secret mental medicine. Ling Huyang wiped his tears and cast an expectant gaze at him. Are you sure you don't want my invincible recover pill? The name had changed again. Su Yu shook his head decisively. I don't need it. I just want the secret mental medicine. Sigh. Ling Huyang lowered his head and returned to the hall in low spirits. He then took out a bottle from the pile of medicine bottles on the table and threw it at Su Yu. Here it is. Su Yu stared at him helplessly. He had an urge to beat him up. Was this guy really sure that this was a secret psychic drug? He had never seen it before. Fortunately, there was a label on the bottle. He lowered his head to take a look, and his face turned livid. This is union powder. Yes, it's been used. The so-called union powder was naturally a drug that could help improve the relationship between a man and a woman. It's not the secret mental medicine. Ling Huyang coughed and took it back. I'm sorry. Madam forced me to use it last night, so I accidentally dropped it here. Brother, please don't take it to heart. It would be strange if he didn't take it to heart. Ling Huyang finally became a little more serious after being stared at by Su Yu. He searched through the pile of bottles for a while before he finally found a slightly old jade bottle. He tossed it to Su Yu lazily. This is it. Su Yu was infuriated when he saw it. The production date on it was 100 years ago. No matter how good a secret medicine was, its essence would continue to fade with time. 100 years was enough for the secret medicine to lose part of its essence. Is there anything with a fresh date? Suyu asked. Ling Huyang was fiddling with the medicine powder out of boredom. He then said, No, the rest have been bought. Really? Why is the Heavenly Law Prison so lively recently? Is there only one bottle? You couldn't accept it. But there was nothing he could do about it. He said, Fine, here's 10 billion. Unexpectedly, Ling Huyang waved his hand without raising his head. Forget it. It's just an old bottle of secret medicine. I won't charge you. Won't charge me? Even if it's an old bottle, there should still be a considerable amount of medicinal effects left, right? How could he give it up for free, just like that? You finally felt that this guy still had some redeeming qualities. Thank you. Goodbye. You made a prompt decision to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, an angry figure barged into the hall. It was a rather beautiful young woman. She had a graceful figure, fair skin, and exquisite facial features. However, there was a heroic spirit between her brows. At the moment, she was raising her eyebrows and rushing into the hall. Before she reached the door of the hall, she shouted, Ling Huyang, get out here. In the hall, Ling Huyang, who was mixing the medicine powder, suddenly shivered. Because of his trembling hands, the medicine powder splashed all over his face. Ling Huyang isn't here. He's not here. Ling Huyang bent over, covered his head with his sleeves, and ran toward the back door of the side hall. Humph! You brat, you want to run? The woman leaped up and blocked Ling Huyang. Although Ling Huyang looked crazy, his hands were exceptionally agile. The woman reached out to grab him, but he dodged it like a loach. He then turned around and dashed toward the main door. The valiant woman was already prepared. She softly scolded, Xiao Hua, Xiao Chao. Crash! Suddenly, 2 servant girls, one thin and one fat, jumped down from the hall. They held a net in their hands and enveloped Ling Huyang, who was about to leave. Moreover, Suyu, who was just a bystander, was unexpectedly caught in an undeserved calamity. Humph! Why don't you run again? The valiant woman jumped forward and twisted Ling Huyang's ear. She bared her teeth and said, Brat, do you know why I'm looking for you today? I don't know. Ling Huyang's eyes turned. The valiant woman twisted his ear even harder, causing Ling Huyang to scream in pain. Be gentler, be gentler. Fine, I know, because I've exchanged your underwear for medicinal herbs. Then tell me, do you deserve a beating? The valiant woman's face was ice cold. Her eyes were murderous. Ling Huyang was so frightened that he swallowed his saliva. Listen to me. I have a pure heart of someone at the peak of the Tao querying elixir refining realm. I have absolutely no evil intentions. You must believe your husband. Your underwear was definitely not sold to those shameless Zhang San and Li Si. What did she mean by revealing the truth? That was it. The underwear must have been sold to those stinking hooligans. I'll kill you. The valiant woman was extremely angry. She raised her hand and slapped him violently. Ling Huyang held in pain. Yu was also under the net, watching the couple fight helplessly. Really, who did I offend? Why did they have to catch me in the net as well? Just as he was feeling helpless, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his soul. He realized that his soul was being attacked, but before he could defend himself, his vision went black. Although it was only for a brief moment, when he opened his eyes, he found that his soul had left his original body and entered another body. Close at hand was a woman who had raised her palm and was about to slap him mercilessly. That was Ling Huyang's wife. When he looked sideways, he saw that his body was lying on the side, and he looked relieved. In an instant, Yu understood that his soul had been swapped. The other party had used a secret soul technique that Yu had never seen before to forcefully swap their souls. Damn it! Yu was furious. This shameless guy, seeing that he was about to be beaten, he swapped his soul for another one. How could a person be so shameless? Chapter 30:26. Coincidentally, Suyu also saw him and shot him an apologetic look. There was a hint of schadenfreude in that apologetic look. Suyu was furious. He swore that he would make this guy pay for what he had done. However, it was better to face this tigress right now. That slap would not be light. He subconsciously raised his arms to shield his face. This action undoubtedly made the valiant woman even more furious. She pried Suyu's hands away and said, "You dare to dodge?" She was extremely strong. No, to be precise, Ling Huyang was too weak. For some reason, his body was extremely weak, even weaker than the valiant woman's. Seeing that he was about to be slapped, Suyu closed his eyes in hatred. He would return this hatred tenfold. However, the pain he imagined did not appear. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the valiant woman's eyes were filled with tears. Her palm had stopped 3 inches away from Suyu's cheek. What was supposed to be a heavy slap was instead gently caressing his face. She lay on Suyu's chest with a mournful expression, crying, "My husband, when will you recover?" Before Suyu could react, the fragrant and soft beauty had thrown herself into his arms. He could clearly feel the softness of her chest pressing against his chest. Her sweet body fragrance was constantly drilling into his nose. She was crying so close to him, her breath smelling like orchids. Ling Huyang, who was taking pleasure in Suyu's misfortune, was dumbfounded. He immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Get off him!" Unfortunately, Suyu was also trapped in the net and could not get up to stop him. The valiant woman, who was sobbing, glared at Suyu and asked, "Who are you?" How could Ling Huyang dare say that he had forcefully swapped souls with Suyu? The soul exchange technique was a forbidden technique of the Sacred Soul Clan. It was absolutely forbidden to cultivate, and the related secret techniques had long been destroyed. He had inadvertently found a book in an old, abandoned house of his family. He had secretly cultivated it out of curiosity. If this matter was exposed, he would certainly be sentenced to death by his family. Therefore, Suyu smacked his lips, coughed dryly, and said, "Well, it is inappropriate for you to hug each other in broad daylight. You two should quickly separate." The valiant woman stared at him coldly. "You still haven't answered. Who are you?" "I." Ling Huyang's heart was bleeding as he looked at Suyu, who was pressed down by his wife. "I'm your F***king husband." However, he did not dare to say these words. He could only endure the pain in his heart and said, "I am a customer who wants to buy medicine." "Did you get the medicine?" "Got it." "Then why aren't you scramming?" As they spoke, a few maids dragged Suyu away with the net, leaving behind Suyu's screams. "No, let me finish. Suyu wanted to explain, but he discovered that his soul was unable to adapt to such a frail body, and it was difficult for him to even open his mouth and speak. It would take some time. "Brother Yang, did I hurt you?" When the heroic-looking woman saw that Suyu didn't speak or move, she panicked and immediately hugged him. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just angry." She hurriedly carried Suyu back to the couple's room, then rummaged through the drawers and drawers to find some secret medicine, then stuffed it into Suyu's mouth. Suyu was speechless. Why did this couple have the problem of feeding medicine blindly? However, what made Suyu dumbfounded was that Ling Huyang's body actually took it. After the messy medicine settled in his body, the poison did not break out, nor did it have any adverse effects. All of it turned into pure energy, which then integrated into his limbs and bones. His frail body quickly became abnormally strong. This body. Suyu was surprised. It seemed that this body's ability to digest all kinds of medicine was especially strong. This must be some kind of special constitution. However, Suyu was not envious at all. He just wanted to get his body back as soon as possible. "You finally recovered." The heroic-looking woman heaved a sigh of relief. then hugged Su Yu's head to her soft chest. Su Yu felt a strange feeling in his heart. He immediately broke free and said, "I'm fine. You go and do your own things." The heroic-looking woman looked Su Yu up and down, then said, "Why do I feel that you are so serious? This is not like Brother Yang." Su Yu had not intended to hide it. However, he had not expected to be seen through so quickly. After all, they were husband and wife. So how could they not understand each other? Actually, unexpectedly, the heroic-looking woman suddenly grabbed Su Yu's arm, put her head on his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Brother Yang must be thinking of some wicked idea, right? Once you're serious, you're worse than everyone else." Su Yu was embarrassed, and he silently took back all of his words. What kind of pot matched what kind of lid? The two of them were really from the same family. Actually, I am. Su Yu planned to clarify his identity and find Ling Huyang as soon as possible so that he could exchange his soul. Unexpectedly, the heroic-looking woman covered his mouth with her finger, shook her head, and said, "Don't speak. I know what you want to say. You're trying to be lazy again, aren't you? You can't hide from me today. The secret ancestral technique chamber has been opened, so it's not up to you." Su Yu was furious. "You know what I want to say." "What the hell do you know? Wait. What did she just say? The secret ancestral technique chamber?" Su Yu's heart palpitated. This can't be true, can it? The heroic-looking woman leaned on him and said earnestly, "I know my husband has always disliked training, but you are one of the few male descendants of the Soul Saint clan, and you are the hope of the future. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the family and our future children, right? Do you want to see the ancestral technique of the Soul Saint clan be lost forever?" Su Yu felt like he was dreaming. This happiness came too easily. He had always dreamed of learning the ancestral technique of the Soul Saint clan, but it was impossible for him to do so. Now, someone was begging him to learn it. "My husband, I beg you." The heroic-looking woman shook Su Yu's shoulder and even leaned over to kiss his face. "Please don't refine elixirs for now, and learn the ancestral technique properly." Looking at her coquettish look, there was an indescribable charm in her heroic-looking face, and it was really tempting. However, he still imitated Ling Huyang's mentality and said hesitantly, "This." The heroic-looking woman's face was slightly red, and she placed Su Yu's hand on her chest and gently rubbed it. She exhaled and said, "My husband, if you study hard, I'll let you do whatever you want of me tonight, okay?" "Of course." Oh no. Was Su Yu that kind of person? He withdrew his hand, coughed dryly, and said, "Well, all right, I'll reluctantly learn it." "That's great, my husband." The heroic-looking woman pushed him onto the bed and kissed him ferociously. Su Yu couldn't resist, and he got up hurriedly. He said, "Time is of the essence. Let's get down to business first." The heroic-looking woman was half lying on the bed, blushing and charming. "Bad guy. In the past, you've always treated sex as a serious matter, but today you're pretending to be serious." Su Yu felt helpless in his heart. He was afraid that if he didn't leave now, he really wouldn't be able to control himself and commit an irreparable mistake. "All right, let's go meet the elder master and the other uncles first." The heroic-looking woman got up and smiled contentedly. Outside the yard, Su Yu was thrown outside, rolling down the stairs and his but hurt from the fall. He was burning with anxiety and immediately stepped forward, saying, "Housekeeper, housekeeper, let me in quickly, or something big is going to happen." In his mind, he imagined his wife making love to another man, and his face turned green. Chapter 30:27. The housekeeper at the door had a cold expression, frowning with displeasure. "Outsider, do you think the Sacred Souls tribe is your home? You think you can come in whenever you want?" Su Yu almost choked to death. He really was someone from the Sacred Souls tribe. He just could not reveal his identity. "Housekeeper, please be kind and let me in again. I still need to buy the secret medicine." Su Yu suddenly had an idea. The housekeeper's face was tense, and he used a bamboo stick to point at a sign at the side of the door. The third line, the ninth rule. Read it out. The housekeeper said. Su Yu stupidly walked forward and read. A person can only enter the Sacred Souls tribe once a month. 1 month later, Su Yu was so anxious that he jumped. 1 month later, the person who had taken over his body would have enough time for his wife to conceive a child. Ah! Su Yu stomped his feet frantically and shouted anxiously, Oh my, housekeeper Chin, just let me go in once. If not, something big is going to happen. The thought of his wife being with another man drove him crazy. If he did not think of a way, his wife would be taken by someone else. Not bad. You even know my surname is Chin. Looks like you have planned this. Not many people knew housekeeper Chen's surname. This mysterious black-robed person could actually find out his surname, and he still wanted to enter. It looked like there was a problem. Men, catch him! Housekeeper, Chin berated. Su Yu was shocked. If he was really caught, he would not have a chance to stop him. After saying this, he immediately ran away. But when he took a step forward, he realized that Su Yu's body was terrifyingly strong. In just a few steps, he had disappeared. Your body is not bad, Linghu Yang exclaimed. But he was not in the mood to study his body, so he ran as fast as he could. When he was sure that the people of the Sacred Souls tribe were not chasing after him, he sneaked back and came to the back door of the Sacred Souls tribe. The back door was also heavily guarded. Not even a fly could fly in, and there were powerful seals on the walls of the courtyard. It was impossible to pass through without anyone noticing. I'll give it a try. When Su Yu passed by a dog hole, his eyes suddenly lit up. He blew with 2 fingers and whistled. Woof, woof, woof. The sound of a dog barking came from within the courtyard walls. Then, the restriction that blocked the dog hole was moved away by the dog. As it turned out, this dog was raised by Linghu Yangjing's stomach. As for the gap in the barrier, it was caused by an unfortunate explosion when Linghu Yang was refining a secret medicine. It was just that the gap was quite small, so no one had discovered it. Ha! A simple-minded dog head popped out of the dog hole. It stuck out its tongue towards Linghu Yang and breathed on him. It looked very friendly. Linghu Yang was so touched that he touched Wang Kai's head. His face was full of tears. Wang Kai, I will repay you for your great kindness. The silly dog retracted its head and let Su Yu enter. For the sake of my wife, I'll endure it. Su Yu looked at the narrow dog hole. He had no choice but to put up with himself. He pinched his nose and squeezed into the dog hole. As long as he passed through, he would be able to reach the Sacred Soul tribe. Then he found Su Yu and successfully exchanged his soul with him. The forbidden art that he had obtained back then was incomplete, which led to his incomplete cultivation. Once a soul was exchanged with another person, they would have to be close to the other party in order to perform a second exchange. Moreover, after the exchange, they could no longer exchange their souls with other living beings. He could only solve this problem by finding Su Yu. Fortunately, he had a loyal and devoted dog, Wang Kai. However, when he was halfway through, and his butt was still outside, Su Yu realized that something was wrong. Wang Kai stood up on its hind legs. It was surrounded by a group of servants from the Soul Sacred Clan. Each of them was holding a rod and looking fiercely at Su Yu, who was about to enter. Linghu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Wang Kai. The latter had its arms crossed in front of its chest. It stood up on its hind legs and looked down at Su Yu. It pointed at him and said, "It's him. You whistled and lied to me. Where do you think you're going?" The fierce-looking servants did not hesitate. They raised their rods and started beating Su Yu violently. Poor Su Yu! His boat was still stuck outside. He wanted to enter, but he couldn't. When he wanted to leave, he was pressed to the ground by the servants. Ow! Ah! Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Ah! Linghu Yang had escaped the beating of his wife, but he could not escape the fierce beating of the servants. Soon, Su Yu's mouth was full of blood. He lay on the ground weakly. Wang Kai, you betrayed me. Wang Kai squatted down and whispered in Ling Huyang's ear, Sir, I know it's you. Since you know, why did you treat me like this? I was so nice to you. I fed you good stuff every day. Wang Kai laughed. Child, you still remember to feed me every day? Do you remember what you fed me? Su Yu's face froze. He pretended to be calm and said, Cough, cough. Those are unique in this world. They are delicious and worth a lot of money. Their effects are amazing, he did not continue. Wang Kai grinned and said, Why? You don't want to continue? Are you embarrassed to say that those are secret medicines made by you? Wang Kai had been enduring humiliation for a long time. Now that it found out that Ling Huyang, who had forced it to eat elixirs every day, was down and out, it was so happy that its heart almost jumped out of its chest. Sir, even dogs don't eat those messy medicines. How could you give them to a kind, honest, and loyal person like me? Wang Kai questioned. Su Yu's face turned pale. Stupid dog, you have nothing to do with loyalty. Wang Kai laughed weirdly. You called me a stupid dog? Fine. It raised its dog head and said indignantly, This guy, he said that you guys hit me too lightly. It's not itchy enough. He said that you guys grew up drinking milk. The servants were furious. They jumped up and started to beat it. Ah, Wang Kai, I will never forgive you. A miserable scream broke the silence of the alley. Not long after, the badly battered and bleeding Su Yu was thrown out like a beggar by the roadside. Looking at the high walls and the heavily guarded Soul Saint clan, Su Yu let out a desperate howl. Wife, please don't wear the hat so easily. He had lost all hope. Now he was just an ordinary person. The Soul Saint clan couldn't even enter. Ah! He hit the ground unwillingly. However, he accidentally activated Su Yu's space domain. Swish! His body passed through the wall and reached the yard. Ling Huyang looked at his body in surprise. How did I get in? However, he had no time to think. He hurried to the room he and his wife were in, but it was empty. Where did they go? Did this shameless couple find a place to have sex? Ling Huyang felt like he was being cheated. Dong! At that moment, the sound of a bell rang. Ling Huyang suddenly said, By the way, today is the day to practice the ancestral soul technique. He patted his forehead. Then, as if there were wheels under his feet, he rushed over quickly. Tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Chapter 3028. At the same time, in the ancestral hall of the Soul Saint clan, Su Yu and the valiant woman stood in the last row. Her name was Yen Feiying, and she came from a saint race at the edge of the Sun of Heaven realm. Although her overall strength was far inferior to that of the Soul Saint race, she was proficient in ancestral arts that were extremely beneficial to those who cultivated in secret soul arts, so she was able to marry into the clan. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Yen Feiying to step into the Soul Saint clan. At the same time, there were several other young people of the Soul Saint clan in the ancestral hall. Most of them were women, and there were only 3 men, including Su Yu. Ling Huyang was the oldest among them, but he was the most useless. The other clansmen worked hard to learn the ancestral techniques of soul, hoping to become independent soul experts one day. But Ling Huyang was obsessed with refining elixirs, and he often caused chaos in the Soul Saint clan, provoking the ancestor and the disdain of his peers. Big brother is here? How strange! Not long after they arrived, the younger brothers and sisters, who were whispering to each other, suddenly noticed Ling Huyang's arrival. One of them, a purple-haired youth with a crew cut, looked surprised and mocking. He was Ling Huyang's cousin, Ling Hujie, who had cultivated the ancestral technique of soul to the 3rd stage. Compared to Ling Huyang, who was still at the 1st stage, he was much stronger. Moreover, Ling Huyang did not attend to his duties, so he was naturally targeted by Ling Hujie, who mocked and ridiculed him from time to time. Su Yu glanced at him and said nothing. Firstly, he did not know him, and if he clashed with him rashly, he might expose himself. Secondly, he was scolding Ling Huyang. What did it have to do with Su Yu? He could scold him all he wanted, and the fiercer the better. Seeing that Ling Huyang was silent, Ling Hujie laughed mockingly. Where did you get the courage to cultivate the ancestral technique of soul today? Oh, I get it. Did your wife give it to you? Ling Hujie's gaze drifted to Yan Feiying, and greed flashed in his eyes. Among the three brothers, only Ling Huyang was married. Moreover, his wife was beautiful, virtuous, and had a graceful figure. It was hard not to be envious. Su Yu closed his eyes and said nothing. No matter what he said, as long as he entered the secret training room and learned the ancestral technique, everything would be fine. Shut up. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yan Feiying scolded to protect her husband's reputation. She felt a little strange in her heart. Usually, wasn't her husband the one who couldn't stand being provoked and would argue with them or even fight with them at the slightest confrontation? How could he be so calm today? When did he become so calm? Ling Hujie also felt that it was strange. He couldn't wait for Ling Huyang to fly into a rage and attack him. In any case, the one with a bloody nose and a swollen face would definitely be Ling Huyang. As his younger cousin, Ling Hujie had been dissatisfied with his older cousin for a long time. Just because of this, all the good resources went to him, and he even married such a good wife. Yo, sister-in-law, when the people of our Soul Saint clan are speaking, when did it become your turn to interrupt? Ling Hujie said sarcastically, you've been in the Sacred Souls tribe for too long that you don't see yourself as an outsider anymore, do you? Yan Feiying had been married for more than 100 years, but she had never been treated as a wife. The Sacred Soul race believed themselves to be high and mighty, and it was difficult for outsiders to integrate into their ranks. Exactly. A chubby younger cousin didn't bother to hide her contempt. Why don't you take a look at your own background? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of us, the Sacred Souls tribe? Su Yu's brows finally furrowed. Was there a need to be so mean? Yan Feiying didn't say anything. She was just trying to protect her husband. Ling Huyang had led such a cowardly life in the Sacred Souls tribe that any of his cousins dared to bully and humiliate him. Yan Feiying's red lips were tightly pressed together. She didn't say a word, but there was a great sorrow in her eyes that no one could understand. All right, the two of you should also speak less. Finally, someone stood up and spoke for them. It was Ling Huyang's other cousin, Ling Huyin, who was also one of the three males of the Sacred Souls tribe. He was a man of few words, but he was extremely dignified. As soon as he spoke, his cousins didn't make a sound. Ling Huyin said calmly, Big Brother was hit by the 9 Deaths giant demon's poisonous palm in order to save us. Not only is his body weak, but his mind is also sometimes clouded. Shouldn't we, who received his kindness, be grateful to him? Su Yu suddenly understood why Ling Huyang's body was so weak. It turned out that he had an unknown past. Yan Feiying cast a grateful look at Ling Huyin. It turned out that Ling Huyang really was an outstanding youth with both wisdom and talent. He was extremely talented, and when everyone was still unable to bear the soul ancestral technique, he could already start learning it and successfully reach the first stage. However, good times didn't last long. A mysterious person called the 9 Deaths giant demon suddenly descended upon the Sacred Souls tribe and slaughtered its people. Most of the juniors were brutally murdered. When he finally attacked Ling Huyang and the others, it was Ling Huyang who used the first stage of the soul ancestral technique to delay him, giving them a chance to escape and seek the protection of their elders. Ling Huyang was hit by the palm. Although he was saved by the elders who rushed over in time, he was severely injured and unconscious. When he woke up, 10 years had passed. Not only was his body severely injured, but even his soul was severely damaged. He had become insane and was no longer the high-spirited Ling Huyang he used to be. Third brother, I'm not happy to hear you say that. Ling Hu Jie said disapprovingly. Ling Hu Jie said disapprovingly, he saved our ancestor. Without him, who could stop the 9 deaths giant demon? Ling Hu Yin said coldly, one must be grateful. Haha. Ling Hu Jie curled his lips. Grateful? You're thinking about sister-in-law, aren't you? Don't think I don't know that you've been coveting sister-in-law, and that's why you've been trying to get close to her. It was obvious that he harbored evil intentions, but he used his own judgment to slander Ling Hu Yin for protecting Ling Hu Yang with impure intentions. Ling Hu Yin put down his crossed arms and said calmly, Second brother, you've crossed the line. Don't slander sister-in-law's innocence. Oh, you still want to compete with me? Fine. Ling Hu Jie laughed mockingly. I know that you've always been unconvinced by me. Ling Hu Yin's eyes turned pale. He was using the Sacred Souls tribe's realm, ready to compete with Ling Hu Jie. Ling Hu Jie raised his sleeves and laughed coldly. Come on, I'll make you convinced. Suddenly, Ling Hu Yang, who had been silent all this while, dashed forward. Ling Hu Jie glanced sideways and laughed disdainfully. Don't embarrass yourself. Trash. Soul freeze. His eyes flickered, and a wave of soul fluctuations rushed out from his eyes. It did not give Ling Hu Yang any time to dodge, and it entered his mind directly. However, how powerful was Su Yu's soul? Among his peers, there were not many who could compare to him. Ling Hu Jie's soul attack could not hurt him at all. He only felt something flash past his soul, and then nothing else. Su Yu did not stop. He strode forward, and when Ling Hu Jie was caught off guard, he punched him in the face, causing his nose to bleed. Then he kicked him to the ground and stepped on his chest. Chapter 30:29. 1 or 2 sarcastic remarks were fine, but the more he spoke, the more ridiculous he became. No matter what, Ling Hu Yang was still his cousin, right? Did they have to treat each other like enemies? Ling Hu Jie came to his senses and immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He could not believe that he had been beaten to the ground by that cowardly and incompetent good-for-nothing. Whoosh! His eyes rolled back, and a powerful soul energy gushed out of his body, turning into a soul arrow that shot towards Su Yu from a close distance. Su Yu did not even dodge. He lifted the foot that was on Ling Hu Jie's chest, then stomped down hard on his face. The best defense was offense, especially against secret techniques like soul attacks that could not be defended against. Su Yu's foot also contained his own soul attack. Not only did his physical strength cause Ling Hu Jie to scream in pain, but his soul energy also penetrated deep into his soul. A pitiful squeal like that of a pig being slaughtered suddenly rang out. Ling Hu Jie used both his hands to pry Su Yu's foot off. The intense pain in his soul and face prevented him from using his soul secret technique. Su Yu released his foot. Before he left, he kicked Ling Hu Jie's waist, sending him flying sideways and crashing into the sacrificial table in the ancestral hall. He only stopped when the offerings on the table clanked. Wah! Perhaps it was because of the emphasis on soul training, but the bodies of the soul Holy Clans juniors were generally not strong enough. They could not take it after a few hits, spitting out blood. With the help of many juniors, Ling Hu Jie stood up, his mouth full of blood. He glared at Su Yu with an angry and humiliated expression, roaring like thunder, Ling Hu Yang! You and I are irreconcilable. Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, beckoning him with his finger. Come here. Ling Hu Jie hesitated for a moment. He did not step forward, only saying hatefully, Do you think you are so great just because you used a little sneak attack? Su Yu calmly said, You can either be a good-for-nothing and shut up, or come here like a man, and I will give you a chance to fight me head-on. What are you being so arrogant for? I did not even have the time to use my soul secret technique, which is why you took advantage of me. Ling Hu Jie babbled, but he did not have the courage to attack. A cold light flickered in Su Yu's eyes once again. As he strode forward, A faintly discernible, murderous aura surrounded his body. He wasn't a weakling raised by a bunch of greenhouse flowers of the Soul Saint clan. He had spent his entire life walking on the edge of life and death, moving forward in a sea of blood. Therefore, his body was inevitably tainted with a lot of murderous aura. For those who had been on the battlefield for a long time, this little bit of killing intent had no effect. But for these greenhouse flowers, it was extremely intimidating. Linghu Jie felt an inexplicable chill and retreated in fear. The current Linghu Yang gave him an indescribable fear. Linghu Jie's younger brothers and sisters who were supporting him stood up for him and tried to persuade him. "Big brother, let it go. How big of a grudge is this? Yeah, it's just a quarrel. There's no need to go to war. This is the ancestral hall, a place where our ancestors can see. We can't embarrass our ancestors, can we?" Su Yu stopped in his tracks and did not say a word. When they felt that their persuasion was effective, Su Yu closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and let out a sharp whistle. His voice was filled with a soul attack. His soul was far stronger than this group of juniors, so the consequences were obvious. In an instant, horrible shrieks could be heard. Everyone, including Linghu Jie, had a splitting headache, and some were even bleeding from their nostrils. However, his soul attack was selective. Linghu Yun, Yin Feiying, and the people who did not persuade him were not hurt in the slightest. None of those who tried to persuade him were spared, as they were all within the range of his attack. After 3 breaths, Su Yu opened his eyes and slowly withdrew his soul attack. The few of them were already pale and they were in a daze. It was only after a while that they gradually came to their senses. Linghu Jie had been attacked twice in succession, and he had already fallen to the ground weakly, leaning against the offering table. His gaze toward Su Yu had been completely replaced by fear, and he did not dare to speak arrogantly again. As for the few others who had spared no effort in persuading him, they were extremely indignant. "Linghu Yang, why can't you tell the good from the bad? We were persuading you with good intentions, and we wanted the peace of the family. Why did you attack us? Moreover, your soul attack on us was more severe than Linghu Jie's." Linghu Jie was obviously the one who had offended him the most, but Linghu Yang had punished them severely, without distinguishing right from wrong. How inexplicable! Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly saying, "I did not make a mistake. The people I want to severely punish are those who tried to persuade me." His eyes became extremely sharp and filled with disgust. "When my wife was insulted, slandered, and even insulted by Linghu Jie, did any of you try to persuade her? No. Now that I am upholding justice and punishing Linghu Jie, all of you are running out to persuade me to reconcile. Both of you are not helping each other, and I will consider it fair for now. I will not have any complaints about you, but when we were bullied, you did not say a word. When we retaliated, all of you tried to stop and persuade us. Tell me, do you guys deserve to fight?" What he hated the most were not enemies, but people who seemed fair and objective but were in fact biased. Not all of these people had bad hearts, but they were definitely stupid and ignorant. When evil people committed crimes, why did they not dare to speak up? Because they were afraid of being bullied by evil people. When good people punished evil people, why did they dare to speak up? Because good people had principles and would not harm them, so there was no danger. They only wanted to show their sense of justice, which was why they spoke up to persuade Linghu Jie. However, this sense of justice was built on the foundation of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It was built on the foundation of making good people suffer losses and making concessions. This was the reason why Su Yu had to punish them severely. Justice that bullied the weak and feared the strong was not justice, but self-gratification. The younger brothers and sisters who were attacked were speechless. They did not dare to do anything to Linghu Jie, because he was used to being arrogant and despotic. They were afraid that he would hit them as well. But Linghu Yang would not, so they advised him not to continue his revenge. They did not expect that Linghu Yang, who was usually calm, would be so angry that he would even hit them. What was even more unbelievable was that Ling Hu Yang's soul energy was actually so strong. It was unbelievable. Although Su Yu was venting his anger, he realized the seriousness of the problem. The real Ling Hu Yang's soul energy should not be this strong. His behavior just now was very suspicious, especially Yan Feiying. When he looked back, as expected, Yan Feiying was staring at him with a strange gaze. She was very happy that Ling Hu Yang could pull himself together, be full of masculine energy, and have such high soul attainments. But it was too strange. That was not the Ling Hu Yang she knew. Su Yu sighed silently. Trouble had come. If he stayed here any longer, he would be exposed. Especially after their elders appeared, the possibility of being exposed would be greater. I'm going out for a while. Su Yu left the ancestral hall with his hands clasped behind his back. The rest of the people did not dare to follow him. As he was leaving, he suddenly saw a familiar person looking at him quietly in the shadow of a forest outside the ancestral hall. Chapter 30:30. However, Su Yu did not panic. It was Ling Hu Yang who had swapped his soul without permission, and he had yet to settle the score with him. Come here. Ling Hu Yang said calmly. Su Yu looked around, then immediately dashed over and grabbed him by the collar. You're too daring. How dare you forcefully swap my soul? Ling Hu Yang did not move. He said indifferently, You're the daring one, aren't you? How dare you impersonate me to learn the ancestral soul technique? He had only done it for fun, but Su Yu was extremely daring. Su Yu loosened his grip and said with a frown, Swap your soul immediately. Since he could not learn the ancestral technique, he would return to his own body and leave the Soul Saint clan as soon as possible. No. However, what surprised Su Yu was that Ling Hu Yang refused to swap his soul. Why? Su Yu looked him up and down. Didn't you go through all that trouble to come back just to swap your body? He did not believe that Ling Hu Yang would not be anxious. Ling Hu Yang lowered his head. His expression was complicated as he said, I saw everything that happened in the ancestral hall. It turned out that he had arrived long ago and had coincidentally witnessed his wife being humiliated by his cousin. In the end, Su Yu had attacked and taught a lesson to him along with a group of people who had tried to stop the fight. Su Yu could have restrained himself, but in the end he had still chosen to expose himself and stand up for his wife. Ling Hu Yang's heart was filled with shame and bitterness. If it had been him, he would have attacked for his wife's reputation as well. However, the result would have been his own humiliation. He would have been beaten on the ground by his cousin, who would then continue to slander his wife. He knew that his cousin had coveted his wife, but he could not intimidate him. This was a pain that he could not talk about, but he could not forget. So, Su Yu was indifferent. He had just done something very ordinary. Ling Hu Yang looked straight into Su Yu's eyes and said, So, you will take my place and protecting compared to me, you are a more qualified husband. Su Yu was stunned. He had never expected Ling Hu Yang to say such a thing. Is he entrusting his wife to him? Aren't you a little too indifferent to your wife? Su Yu was a little disgusted. What kind of person would entrust his wife to a stranger? Ling Hu Yang's body trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with dense mist, which finally turned into tears and flowed down his cheeks. I love Ing, but it is precisely because of this that I want you to replace me. Ing, needs someone to protect her, and I am unable to do so. There's a kind of love called letting go. It sounded very reasonable, but Su Yu did not think so. Have you asked Yan Feiying for her opinion? Is she willing to have a stranger pretend to be her husband by her side? If you truly love her, then you should respect her choice. Su Yu patted his shoulder. If even the husband gives up on giving his wife a warm harbor, that will be the moment when the wife feels the most despair. Just like at this moment, he knew that the future of bringing Xian back from the returning void realm was uncertain. However, if he gave up Who else in the world would replace him and bring Xian'er back? The moment he gave up, Xian'er would lose all hope. Ling Hu Yang's heart was moved, and his face gently trembled. He wiped his tears and said, "I really don't look like a man." Su Yu said earnestly, "You are not a man now." His body was the female body of Prince Mirrorflower. Ling Hu Yang pulled himself together and said, "Fine, let's exchange bodies." He extended his finger and touched the space between Su Yu's eyebrows. Su Yu did not resist and waited for the exchange of souls. However, what followed was not the exchange of their souls. Instead, a strange and cold memory surged into his soul. Those were Ling Hu Yang's life's memories. "What are you doing?" Su Yu suddenly interrupted the transmission of his memories. However, he had already transmitted enough, so he said calmly, "I will give you 3 days. Within these 3 days, how much of the ancestral soul technique you can learn will depend on you." He was obviously helping Su Yu get rid of the Soul Saint clan's suspicion of him. With these memories, he could more easily dispel people's suspicions. "Are you sure? The ancestral soul technique is the foundation of the Soul Saint clan. How could you give it to an outsider?" Su Yu was a little surprised. Even the most muddle-headed clansmen would not dare to do such a thing, would they? Ling Hu Yang said, "Consider it my repayment for your protection of Ing. But I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about Ing, otherwise I'll expose you immediately." Su Yu stared at Ling Hu Yang deeply. Should he say that he was too muddle-headed, or that he trusted him too much? "I have all your memories, as well as your body. Even if you expose me, who will the Soul Saint clan believe?" Su Yu asked. Will they believe an outsider who came from nowhere, or will they believe in their own people? The answer was obvious. If Su Yu wanted to, he could replace Ling Hu Yang. "Humph! Then I'll use your body to do some shameful things. For example, you have female companions, don't you?" Ling Hu Yang said calmly. Su Yu smiled faintly. "Yes, I do. There are 2 in the city." Ling Hu Yang said, "That's great. If you dare to touch my Ing, or I'll dare to touch them. I'll take 1 and you take 2. Let's see who will suffer." Su Yu's smile was even more profound. "If you can touch them, I'm willing to suffer the loss." "What do you mean?" Ling Hu Yang was a little confused. Could it be that Su Yu was more open-minded than him? "I think you probably haven't carefully examined your body, have you?" Su Yu said mischievously. Ling Hu Yang had been burning with anxiety along the way, so he really hadn't examined himself. When he looked inside himself, his face turned green. You're a woman." "I'm sorry. I wore too many clothes, so you couldn't tell." Su Yu shrugged. Ling Hu Yang wanted to slap herself. How could a woman like her treat Su Yu's female companions? She couldn't even move if she wanted to. I'll go find a man," Ling Hu Yang said in a fit of pique. Su Yu was even more indifferent. "Go as you please. As long as you can bear it, the more the better." Firstly, it was Ling Hu Yang's soul that had been touched by the man. Secondly, it was Mirrorflower Heaven's body that had been violated by the man. Did the soul and body have anything to do with Su Yu? No. You're shameless, despicable, vulgar, dirty, filthy. Ling Hu Yang's face turned green. Su Yu waved his hand. "We'll meet again in 3 days. In the meantime, you can play with men as you please." When he finished speaking, he returned to the ancestral hall with a smile. Ling Hu Yang was both annoyed and amused. This be asterisk starred. I can't believe there's a time when I stumble. In the past, after exchanging souls, he had always been successful. But today he had stumbled in Su Yu's hands. Now, whether Ing would be smashed or not depended on Su Yu's self-control. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel his heart bleed. But when he thought of all the humiliation Ing had suffered before, he felt relieved. Having Su Yu by her side wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In the Ancestral Hall, Chapter 3031, From Ling Hu Yang's Memories, Suyu recognized him as one of the 7 ancestors of the Sacred Soul Tribe. Unlike other forces, the members of the Sacred Soul Tribe could achieve immortality due to their cultivation of soul secret arts. Ordinary life forms would gradually die as their bodies deteriorated, just like those old monsters of the Heavenly Law Union. No matter how strong his cultivation was, he could not stop his body from decaying. But for the soul sacred race, even if their bodies rotted away, they could use ancestral soul techniques to transfer to another body and continue living. Therefore, the members of the Sacred Soul Tribe were practically immortal. As a result, it created a prosperous situation in which countless patriarchs coexisted. Of course, the heavenly Tao was eternal. There were gains and losses for the soul saints. The downside was that their ability to reproduce was extremely weak. They seemed to be cursed. Usually, there would only be one offspring in a generation. The others would either be unable to conceive or die in the womb. If the body and soul of a certain generation were to be completely destroyed, resulting in a fault, then this branch would basically be severed. Therefore, there were very few members of the Sacred Soul Tribe. The Sacred Soul Tribe, which had awed the All Heavens, only had 3 males and 7 females. Their numbers were so small that it was completely disproportionate to the size of the tribe. That elder was none other than the 7th Patriarch, a great sage. In terms of strength, he wasn't any weaker than the Heavenly Law Alliance's Grand Elder Han. "Who injured you?" the 7th Patriarch asked, looking at the injured disciples. Because of the pain, Linghu Jie gritted his teeth and said, "It's Linghu Yang, 7th ancestor. You have to uphold justice for us. We didn't do anything, but Linghu Yang bullied us." "Bully you?" "Him." The 7th forefather's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Anyone could bully them, but Linghu Yang was an exception. How could he not know about Linghu Yang's condition? "It really is him." The other people of the younger generation who had been taught a lesson also said, "Oh." The 7th forefather's gloomy expression eased a lot. "It's really him?" He looked at Yan Feiying and asked thoughtfully, "Feiying, where's Ling Huyang?" He went out. Yan Feiying's expression was complicated. The 7th forefather asked again, "Has Ling Huyang's cultivation level improved greatly recently?" The person who understood Ling Huyang the most should be the person who slept with him. Yan Feiying was silent. She was struggling internally. With his wife's sharp senses, she found it hard to believe that the resolute and decisive person was really her husband. Although this Ling Huyang was exactly what she had been yearning for, he gave her a very unfamiliar feeling. It wasn't just the sudden increase in strength. From many details, she could clearly feel that the person standing in front of her wasn't Ling Huyang, but someone else. Just when she didn't know how to answer, Suyu stepped in just in time. He cupped his fists and said, "7th ancestor, Yang has indeed made some progress." In Linghu Yang's memory, this 7th patriarch was someone who cared a lot about him and was very friendly. She often called him Yang. Yan Feiying finally found some familiarity with the way he addressed himself. Those who weren't part of the sacred soul race wouldn't know these details. The 7th forefather sat on the armchair and sized him up. "Have you recovered from your injuries?" Back then, the 9 Deaths Troll's palm strike could be said to have severed Linghu Yang's path of cultivation. Suyu shook his head. "No, I didn't. It's just that my soul energy has grown tremendously under the effects of my elixirs that can cure all illnesses." Yan Feiying's eyes brightened once more. This tone sounded like Linghu Yang's. She didn't know that Suyu knew from Linghu Yang's memory that Linghu Yang had been addicted to elixirs for many years, not because he was playful and capricious, but because he was trying his best to recover his body. He hoped to give Yan Feiying the dignity and life she deserved. But all of this was covered up by his seemingly frivolous appearance. "Is that so?" The 7th patriarch smiled. He opened his palm and gently pushed toward Suyu. All of a sudden, Suyu felt a formless object penetrate his soul. Looking back, there was a faintly discernible stone tablet behind him. There were 49 steps written on it. 49 soul energy. The seventh patriarch was shocked. Linghu Jie, Linghu Yin, and the other juniors all gasped. Steps were a measure of the strength of a person's soul energy, from the first to the 99 steps. Among them, the mortals without any cultivation were only at the first step. When one's cultivation reached the ancient saint level, there were 39 steps. When one reached the great saint level, there were 49 steps. When one reached the 10,000 saint level, there were 59 steps. As for the next step, one needed to specifically cultivate soul energy. It couldn't be achieved by relying on the enhancement of one's cultivation. The highest known record was that of one of the 10 great heavenly sons, whose soul had reached 99 steps. The second was a living ancestor of the Soul Saint clan. The first ancestor's soul had reached 99 steps. At that level, the soul was strong enough to affect the workings of the heavenly way and transcend the shackles of the body. Among the juniors of the current generation, the strongest soul was Linghu Jie, who had reached 39 steps. This was the best soul cultivation talent among the juniors in recent years. Now, Linghu Yang had quietly cultivated to 49 steps. Who could believe it? Before this, he had barely reached the 30th step. Are you really Linghu Yang? Linghu Jie looked at Suyu. Could it be that some outsider has taken over Linghu Yang's body? All the juniors in the room were also doubtful. Linghu Yang's transformation wasn't just earth-shattering. He was like a completely different person. Suyu calmly said, "Are you trying to say that someone can cultivate my clan's forbidden technique, the soul exchange?" Everyone knew that the forbidden technique had been destroyed a long time ago, and no one could learn it. Linghu Jie glared at Yan Feiying. "Speak. Is Linghu Yang really cultivating soul strength? As his wife, you should know best." After a pause, his tone softened. "His authenticity concerns the future of the Soul Saint clan. You must consider it carefully." Everyone's eyes fell on Yan Feiying, hoping that she would give an honest answer. "Speak," Linghu Jie urged. Yan Feiying was silent for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't know, but I know that he must be my husband." As she spoke, she stepped forward and held his arm, standing beside Suyu with great determination. Linghu Jie slammed the tea table. "You're lying." The rest of the people found it hard to believe that Linghu Yang had undergone such an earth-shattering transformation, and they all criticized him. "Enough," the seventh ancestor said calmly. "He is Linghu Yang." Everyone quieted down. He smiled with relief. A person's strength might be able to be faked, but not their memories. And the memories of the Soul Saint clan are even less so. The memories of the Soul Saint clan's members could not be taken away by outsiders unless they were willing. As long as there was even the slightest resistance, the memories would self-destruct. It was impossible for others to seize Linghu Yang's memories and put them into their own souls to bluff their way through. It turned out that the seventh ancestor's palm strike had not only tested the strength of Linghu Yang's soul, but he had also secretly flipped through Linghu Yang's memories to confirm that it was Linghu Yang himself. What he did not know was that Suyu had merely hidden his own memories, only revealing Linghu Yang's memories. Chapter 3032. Now that the seventh ancestor had spoken, how could the rest of them say anything? They had no choice but to accept the fact that Linghu Yang's soul power had secretly improved by leaps and bounds, becoming stronger than they were. Linghu Yang's soul power has skyrocketed. I'm looking forward to your comprehension of the ancestral technique. The seventh ancestor smiled fervently. Many of the clan members of the same generation felt nervous. They had once been above Linghu Yang, but now he had surpassed them. It was difficult for them to adapt. Linghu Jie said disapprovingly, "Pure soul power growth and comprehension of ancestral techniques are two different things." Many people nodded. That was indeed the case. Comprehension of ancestral techniques depended more on one's comprehension and energy, and it had little to do with the strength of one's soul power. Linghu Jia was the one who had gone out to train the most and had the most experience. His understanding of the soul surpassed theirs. On the other hand, Ling Huyang had never gone out since he had been injured by the 9 Deaths giant demon. He had been holed up in the sacred soul clan all day, cultivating elixirs as his companion. It would be strange if he could comprehend ancestral techniques. Over the years, his shallow foundation had proved everything. Later, Ling Huyang had even grown tired of comprehending ancestral techniques. This time, Ling Huyang's process of comprehending ancestral techniques would not change. I'm very optimistic about Yang Er. The 7th ancestor laughed, encouraging Suyu. The 7th ancestor had seen a transformation in Ling Huyang. Let's go. The 7th ancestor stood up and led the younger generation to the core of the sacred soul clan, an ancient well. The ancient well was sparkling and the water was clear. Fishes could be faintly seen swimming in it. However, through Ling Huyang's memories, Suyu knew that it was not real water, and the fishes were not real fish. The water was formed by the soul power of the sacred soul clan's strong men. The fish was the ancestral technique of the sacred soul clan. It turned out that the ancestral technique of the sacred soul clan had been shattered during an ancient upheaval and was about to disappear. At that time, to ensure that the ancestral technique could be passed on, the clan members divided a part of their soul power and refined it into the water of today, using it as a vessel to protect the ancestral technique. That was how the ancestral technique had been preserved and continued to exist. The current first ancestor had participated in that incident. The process of comprehending an ancestral technique was to see who could use their spiritual strength as a fishing line and catch the fish formed by the ancestral technique. The principle was that a person's soul contained their own understanding of the soul. The deeper one's understanding, the more the ancestral technique would be lured over and then take the bait. In the past 10 years, Linghu Jia had been fortunate enough to fish up 2 ancestral arts, obtaining rank 3 ancestral arts from there. Most of the others had only fished once. Even Ling Huyang had fished once when he was young, but he had never fished again. Due to the protection of the ancestral method, it will only be open for 1 day at a time. Make good use of it. With that, the 7th patriarch sat down cross-legged on a nearby stone platform. He closed his eyes and waited patiently. Sometimes it took several years for someone to catch a fish, but today, Ling Huyang made him look forward to it especially. I wonder if he can create a miracle. The others each chose a position and immediately closed their eyes. They transformed their souls into threads and hooks and threw them into the ancient well. Suyu counted them patiently. There were 9 fishes in total. In other words, the soul ancestral technique had been split into 9 parts. It seemed very difficult to fish up all of them. He calmed his mind and concentrated. According to Ling Huyang's memory, he condensed a wisp of his own soul energy, transformed it into threads and hooks, and threw them into the well. As soon as he touched the clear water formed by the souls, Suyu immediately felt an extremely profound sense of vastness. The souls of the Soul Saint clan elders were filled with countless secret techniques of the soul. They were densely packed and all-encompassing. Many of them had wonderful uses that Suyu had never thought of. As expected of the Soul Saint clan, Suyu exclaimed, he had discovered a secret technique that could duplicate souls. As long as the remaining souls were used as raw materials, the essence of the souls was extracted, and a wisp of the soul of the dead was integrated into it. Then, the method of the Creator could be used to duplicate the complete soul of the dead, allowing them to live again in the world. This had reached the point of interfering with the normal operation of the heavenly law. As long as one cultivated it to the highest level, one could resurrect a person infinitely, allowing them to live forever. If I had learned this technique back then, Siener wouldn't have died. Su Yu's eyes were filled with sadness. This was also the reason why Su Yu had always wanted to reach the peak of the martial path. The more he mastered, the more control he could have over the fate of himself and his loved ones. Looking at the ancestral technique in the well, Su Yu hesitated for a moment, but did not fish them. Instead, he calmed his heart and slowly comprehended the mysteries of the souls that the ancestors of the Soul Saint clan had mastered. As time passed, the fish in the well were leisurely, ignoring all the fishing hooks and fishing lines thrown into the well. They were not interested in them at all. Everyone was already used to it, and they waited patiently. At dusk, the seventh ancestor slowly opened his eyes and looked at the motionless Ling Huiyang, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He had not brought any miracles. "All right, that's all for today," the seventh ancestor said. "There's still tomorrow and the day after. Continue to work hard. If anyone catches a fish, I will reward you handsomely." Everyone's spirits were lifted. Last time, Ling Huiyang had caught a fish and received the opportunity to bathe in the Soul Saint clan's holy bath. The so-called holy bath was the power of the heavenly law released by the seven ancestors together with their powerful cultivation. Bathing in it would give one the opportunity to break through to the next level of cultivation. Ling Hu Jia had once benefited from it. Now that it was happening again, who wouldn't be excited? However, it was because the nine-death giant demon had intruded and caused irreparable damage to the Soul Saint clan that the seventh ancestor had made an exception and sacrificed his own power to help the younger generation improve their cultivation. Why was he doing this now? Ling Hu Jia was excited, but he was also uneasy. "Seventh ancestor, what happened?" The seventh ancestor muttered, "First ancestor, I have a very bad premonition recently. Perhaps the Soul Saint clan is in trouble again. So, I want to initiate another holy bath for all of you." However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't bring themselves to be happy. The nine-death giant demon had left an indelible shadow in their hearts. That time, the younger generation of the Soul Saint clan had suffered heavy casualties and almost ended their generation. If they were all dead, the Soul Saint clan would have no descendants to continue. "We were careless last time. This time we are prepared. We won't let them get away with it," the seventh ancestor said. Only then did everyone feel slightly relieved. They went back to prepare for the next day and the day after. "Second brother, there was a fish just now that seemed to be interested in my fishing hook," a young girl said. Ling Hu Jia was surrounded by the younger generation, and they were all asking for advice. Ling Hu Jie glanced at Su Yu and said, "You should learn more from Big Brother and learn from his experience." One of the clansmen muttered. But after a whole day, the fish did not even approach his fishing hook. "What kind of experience is there to learn?" Ling Hu Jie added with a faint smile, "Of course it's the experience of teaching a lesson in reverse."